20% from my phone.
I'm up next to Miles.
Madness. Look, you're starting a phone addiction here. You can't already be today, eh? We need cards or something.
Sorry to bother you. I'm into an interview. I assume it's here for Line Games. Yes. I'm not really sure. Can I bring one of my guys? Or?
Yeah, are you ready now?
When did we do it now? When did we slot in? I think it's like at 11 or something. Yeah, Johannes Nienaber. No, the Line Games.
Oh, Line Games.
Long Drop's the guy next to me.
Yes. You
Yes. So Long Drop's name is Marius something.
Oh, okay. I was probably put notes in there.
Okay. I can come at that space or I can do it now.
Come at that space. I mean, that can be future better.
Doesn't really matter. If you prefer now, we can do it.
Let's keep it at confident mind.
Just speaking these
Speaking to his mic.
Long Drop.
Well, I think, well, you can maybe message him. I'm not sure if. Okay. No problem.
And then I was based on like doing. And then I was based on like doing.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to rAge Day 3. And I cannot believe it's already as busy as what it was at its peak yesterday almost. Great.
Hey,
How's it? Morning, Len. How you
good
doing?
morning,
How are you
morning.
feeling on day 3?
Well, I slept like a baby, so feeling great. I'm standing next to Dylan here, and yeah,
He is
I-
not feeling great.
yeah, I think he's had ice blocks in his eyes for the last 10 minutes just to
Yeah, but
wake up.
you chose not to sleep for a reason.
No. I didn't choose. I did try. I promise you. I brought all the required equipment for me to sleep, but I just couldn't do it. The amount of sound that was happening in the land, my God. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the oaks are screaming, and just as you're falling asleep, I was like, yeah, we got
Oh, the noise of the nag land are in the middle of the night. So for those of you that don't know, let's give some context.
100%. Go for it.
Len, do you want to do this honorary introduction?
Introduction, and in the left-hand corner, we have Dylan. Dylan is from a team called, shall we do the team or the company? What?
Yeah, let's start with the company, and
Let's
then we'll,
start with the
we'll,
company.
we'll
All
break
right,
up.
cool.
We'll break down the
Yeah, we'll
levels.
break it down. All right, sweet bananas. So Dylan is from Amka. They are the importers and distributors of a couple of brands, Bulldog being one. Thanks, Dylan. You gave me one or two of the Bulldog creams and whatnot, and I enjoyed it. It's actually sit next to my gaming PC, and it's great. So there's that. Yes, I'm a groomer.
So
And
am I.
yeah, there we go. That's why you look so fresh with the
The 48-hour burn, yeah.
and also Schick. Those are the two main brands that we're talking
Yeah.
about today. I
Well,
know there are a bunch of others.
There
I
are,
get it.
yeah, there are
Um,
many, but those are the ones that I essentially look after.
Yeah. So, and then full disclosure, both Schick and Bulldog are partners of the NAG stand.
Yeah,
Thanks very much for your support on NAG. Now, you want to know, as a listener to this, what do gaming and Schick and Bulldog have to do with each other? Well, a lot actually, because you told me a while ago about the study that was done and in terms of the gaming market, who the buyers are of your brands. And you can expand on that if you want. But so we started talking and we decided we're going to run some close shave moments, some Schick close shave moments. And we've been giving away thousands of rands worth of Schick product and, from the next stand. And it's been amazing, right? So
Amazing.
what I love about it, I'm all about grassroots level upliftment and giving new people into gaming opportunities. It's not all about the high esports, the pro players as much as they are important within the ecosystem. Without grassroots level, we don't have the pro player, right? So
most definitely.
what we've been doing is we've been giving people a go on the sim racer that we got here on the stand, and other little activities that people are experiencing on the next stand. And even if they put a shockingly bad lap time together, if they manage to correct the car out of a corner, that was a close shave moment, and there we go. They get to choose a ladies or gents shaver. It's been those kind of experiences. It's been great. So from a NAG perspective, I want to thank you for providing us with another layer of amazing experiences for the people that have come onto the next. And I certainly hope we can continue with that going into 2023. We've got some amazing plans for that. So that's on the one side. That's a massive introduction.
Yeah.
But okay.
That's not the interview.
No,
I was
that's
about to
man.
sign off.
no,
Come on.
that's so much. So and then the second reason why you're here is you part of a development program, a team called LTR, and you can expand on that. And you are part of a 24-hour race at Spa, which has been amazing. And we've switched over to some of the races yesterday. I don't think we've switched over today yet, but we'll show some of it today as it ends at 12. You can expand on that. So that is Dylan. Many hats, but right now he's wearing the NAG cap, so I'm really happy about that.
Listen, it's definitely a keep this. I'll keep this one on. And sorry to all of those that are trying to figure out, is that his real voice? The problem is that this is sleep deprivation. This is, I haven't eaten. My coffee was taken at the wrong time.
Oh, no.
And purely because, yes, my wife said to me, you chose this life, so no sympathy is given there. But essentially, my rAge/NAG land experience started from Thursday. And exactly what Len is saying is that us as Schick, we want to get into various aspects of motorsports, and there's a lot of these little pieces of the pie that all start gelling together. And where we're starting is specifically on this online racing team. So we've gone and partnered us as Schick with the guys from LTR and launched the team here.
Yep.
And by us doing that, what we've done is we actually set up some rigs here through the help of MSA. So thank you to them. And we've been racing the 24-hour of race face at Spa live here in the Lagnan, and it has been absolutely incredible, crazy. Don't know why we did this, but it's been such an experience. There's a little over or just under 3 hours left to go of the race itself. We're fortunate enough that we've now concluded the driving that needs to be done here, and we've handed it to the guys that are at home who have the comfort of their own beds and their couches.
So they're
like,
well rested.
guys, this is your turn. We're done here. And that's the one side. And Len touched on Schick, but Schick and gaming, it doesn't make sense. And the reality is that we understand why people game. It is that feel-good experience. It makes them happy. It promotes endorphins. And us as Schick is that we're in personal care, which then ties into Bulldog as well. So completely separate brands, but the same ideas. And by promoting that wellness and that self-care and feeling good about yourself, all of a sudden, the two brands start playing very carefully together.
Yeah.
And partnering with NAG, you're talking to my new customers. And that's exactly why we're doing it.
And we're very happy.
Fantastic.
Look,
I
you
hope
hit
you're
the note. Yeah. But I mean, I think that's a lot of brands are seeing this, the importance of, I mean, it's not, it's like the gaming audience is the audience you're trying to attract, but they are people, right? That's just grown up in their various industries and they now need to spend their money on their own things, right? Especially the older generation of gamers, the younger generation, you know, they just want to be part of the cool club, right?
Yeah. And what we've found is that when you start breaking down this modern man, and this is essentially who we're talking to, is that the research that was done specifically in the UK and the US is that 67% of this modern man are people that are actually playing online games.
Yeah.
And that talks huge. And generally what we find in South Africa, and because we're playing in international servers and we're playing against international people, that world has got very, very small. So those trends that we're seeing, they're probably already happening here in South Africa and we don't even know it.
Yeah, yeah. So tell us a little bit more about the racing scene that you're involved in. I mean, is this the first time you guys done a 24-hour like this, you said?
Yes.
Or on this level?
I'd say at this level. So there have been some local races. We did try and do a race, but it was based in a Canada server, and that didn't quite work. It didn't really, that server couldn't substantiate all the amount of cars that were on there. So that was months and months of preparation. Basically, sorry guys, 2 hours in the race and the server crashes. And then we've been planning this race for the last 3 months. And that's the reality. This is how difficult it is to do something of this magnitude. And without the help of you guys, this would definitely not be available or wouldn't have actually happened. You know those silly little questions like, why don't we run the 24-hour at rAge? And then so the conversation goes. So there's 3 aspects that Schick is now getting involved with.
Yeah.
And that is the online side, where we now have this racing team. We're then looking for development drivers that can then pull into the actual team and then develop them so they can go and compete at South Africa's highest level in terms of racing. Part 2 that was a F400 league that we're going to be sponsoring next year.
Expand on F400.
Okay. And essentially what we're doing there is that we're looking at doing a driver search within that. Within that driver search, what then happens is that we give the ability for somebody to not only come and race a go-kart for a season, but then also get an apprenticeship where they can then go in once they've got a part of the team. This becomes sustainable, that now they have something, an actual job to go and work on or an apprenticeship to go and tap into, which for me is very important. The building that grassroots is specifically where we're trying to touch on trying to get F1 here. And that's essentially where the majority of every single F1 driver now in Formula One now started in karting. And that's how important it is. That's why we want to get involved there.
Even Yuki Tsunoda?
Even Yuki Tsunoda. He was very...
I'm teasing. I'm being rude. What I love is the convergence or the serious connect that you are putting, bridging that gap between virtual or should I say gaming, and then actually getting into a real kart with a view of changing someone's life forever. It's just that
Most definitely.
incredible.
I mean, gaming to a full-time career, right? There's talking, or what, to a career.
Well,
A
it's
potential career.
it's a path to something
It's
really
a path
cool.
to something bigger.
Yeah.
Because that we understand that person getting into the karting racing might not be their thing, and they come in, they join, and they say, okay, that this was fun, but I don't want to be a racing driver. But because they've been taught how to be a part of a racing team, maybe they have an opportunity to be a
Better leader, better
technician.
manager.
Yeah.
within a racing team, but then also understand how to coordinate a team. So there's definitely layers of skills that start being added here. But subsequently to that is that if that is not the thing, the racing is not the thing, they still have the motor technician that they're able to go and do and get involved there, which again, it's up to that person on what happens. We're just allowing them to have a platform and see where it goes from there.
It's good old team sports, and that's what all the good lessons you learn from that.
Yeah.
Now, earlier you said there's about 3 months of preparation that goes into what you guys did over the last 24 hours. I mean, what is that? Fitness routine, practicing around the laps,
Sleep routine.
sleep
Look,
routine. Yeah.
And over the stream, there was actually quite a bit of backwards and forwards ahead with the commentary team there. I said, because well, I'm sure there's lots of strategies and all that sort of thing that went into it, because you've got to remember that we've got to now figure out is that how we coordinate 7 drivers across 24 hours. And you can do some really amazing spreadsheets. I can tell you something. Within the first 10 minutes, that whole spreadsheet was completely none and void. It didn't matter. And the pieces of paper that we have there lying around of, okay, so now we're going to do this. And these little, I think of the corner cafe calculations. The piece of cardboard gets torn, and that's exactly what we're doing to try and figure out how do we finish these last stints.
And about how do you practice? Is it just playing every couple of hours every day, or is it strategy? I mean, racing has strategy, right? There's a lot more than just
there's 2 sides of it. Is that there's I need to be able to go fast. So I put in the laps and I keep driving and I drive and I drive and I drive and I drive. The other side is how do I drive and I race consistently? So it's a combination of 2, is keep driving as fast as you can, but then get yourself into some dodgy lobbies where things go very wrong. But then what you're able to do is figure out how you can almost mitigate what can go wrong, and you figure it out from there.
Yeah.
Is that you essentially putting yourself in uncomfortable positions, because that's what makes the racing, is that anybody can do hot lap after hot lap, but it's about the racecraft that's very important. So a lot of that needs to come into it as well.
Now, the game also, I believe, is quite technical in the sense that damage to the vehicle, and these are real. It's not like it's an auto repair and you can continue racing. How do you repair something in a real simulated race?
The thing is that if there is damage, that damage then gets added to a pit stop. Now, because we're running 24 hours, there's tire wear, there's fuel wear, fuel usage. And with that comes that we were basically doing an hour and 20 stint, and we were basically running the fuel down and going in and then doing a 30-second stop. But if there's damage, then you're adding that damage to your pit stop. But you can be in from 3 minutes. Oh, look at that. That's fantastic.
Power drink for a power man.
Yes, please. The game is so technical, Radon, is that what happens is that at a point that you can run your tires so that they flat spot. And if you keep hitting that flat spot, they will burst and you will get a puncture. And that is the level of detail this game is actually running.
That's incredible.
It's a course of competizione.
That is the one.
Nyonia.
I know Len's a fan.
The Zionia, you got to add the Zionia there.
Yeah, I'm a fan. Yeah, I'm a fan.
A little one.
A little one.
What else? I mean, vehicle choice in the game. I mean, how do you go about choosing that? You have to unlock it. You have to pay to play.
That's another level altogether. I've seen the chats that you guys have had between each other, and it's just, I want the Porsche, I want the BM, I want the this.
So the thing is that you kind of commit to a car for a season.
Okay.
And the reason being is because there's new patches that come out, there's new updates, and they always talk about this BOP, so this balance of performance. Now, when I first joined Assetto Corsa, that was the Porsche, and the Porsche was the car that you drove. Then they did the update. Now the Porsche is no good. Now all of a sudden it's the Audi. Then they do the balance of performance. The new tire structure comes in, the new wear comes in, and all of a sudden those cars are not working. And then so it changes.
That's not ideal.
And they basically evolve. So we kind of got to a point where at the beginning of this year, we said the BMW is the way to go. That's what we're committing. And when the M4 was released, and it was in May this year, the team kind of went there. But there's also guys that still drive the Porsches, but when we do the bigger team things, sorry guys, it is the BMW or nothing.
For sure. I mean, you can't each have your own car. It's a team race,
100%,
right? So
100%.
and that technical aspect of driver switching, how does that happen? Because you just jump in to the seat if you're there.
So you basically have a menu for your pit stops that comes up where you can adapt your tire pressures. You can say whether you want to add fuel. If there's repairs that you want to do to the car, whether it's suspension, whether it's body work, which all adds time, keep that in mind. And then there is an option that should your second driver be connected to that server, is you can go down and select him and he accepts the drive.
Okay.
And then he basically takes over
that
from you,
okay.
From that point, yeah.
And the rest of you can only watch from that point on, not engage with it.
100%. But that's where Discord comes in. So you constantly have your team in your head, giving you that information, telling you the car behind is not for a place. You can let him go. The guy in front, you got to chase him 0.2 seconds every lap. You got to keep getting him. So we're taking it to that level of professionalism, but it is online. And we operate it as a structured team.
And what do you do if Len doesn't follow the orders that are given to him from the team?
He learned once. He will never do that again.
Never again.
I'm a good listener. I'm a good listener.
So there are obviously shorter races too, right? I mean, it's not all about 24-hour racing. I mean, you can have an hour race in an evening, or is it a couple of laps, or how does
So look, it does vary. And there are so many communities that are currently in South Africa, and they each want to offer their own thing. So you can have some fun nights on a Monday night. You could do some of the longer things on a Wednesday, on a Thursday. It all depends on what the league is offering. But essentially, the league stuff is the fun stuff. That's what you essentially want to get yourself into.
So like weekend racing, getting into the roster.
Exactly. It gets you on the track with like-minded people. You're able to have a race. It's just, we like these bigger events because that's where the sponsorship from a Schick, for instance, takes advantage of that. Because we're able to highlight the vehicle that we're driving. The car is put together that it looks like it's a Schick product, but it's a race car that we get to own, and we can do with it whatever you like. And if you look closely, there's an X sticker on there as well.
I know, we saw. Looks amazing.
Very nice.
We'll put it on the stream again today. And what time is the final?
It finishes at 12.
So what time would be the best time to tune in for anybody who wants to also watch? Is it like the end last half an hour is going to be hot to watch, or?
Look, it's generally the last hour because the guys that will need to do that last pit stop, or they haven't calculated that fuel. So we were trying to do 120 minutes, 1 hour, 20 minutes for the stints, but we're burning too much fuel. So we've actually lost 20 minutes. So one of the guys will have to do a quick stop and go. 20 minutes of fuel go. So we kind of got that wrong. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So I'm just throwing it up on the big screen.
Oh, so that is off flips 1.
Oh, that is yesterday. So.
Yeah. So flips 1 isn't running at the moment, but if you go to Race Face Pro, that's the one. So that is the live race. And there goes our car on the bottom there. Fantastic.
Switching over at the right time.
Yeah.
So from this, what we're seeing now, you guys can't see on the main screen, but please talk us through what's happening and leaderboard and kind of where the team is at the moment. What's the status?
Okay, so as you can see on the top, it is 2 hours, 10 minutes to go. It is currently 9:57 a.m., and that is in game. Devin Ali is currently in 11th place, so he's chasing down Jude, who's, you can see the time there, it's saying 126 seconds behind. So he is in 11th place, but we see Jude has just gone past there, so something doesn't seem right with that timing, because this might be for an actual place, and that's because Jude did stick it into the wall at a Rouge just as I handed over to him. We were circulating in 8th place.
So he's going to have a talking to, yeah?
Jude will definitely get the whip from our team boss. So that's the corner with no name, and Devin running a little bit wide there.
And been called out on live stream to about 1 million followers.
So that was the greatest clip I've ever had on live stream ever. Thank you so much. Some people that we know, welcome.
Unfortunately, we didn't even catch it on the video because we were switching over. We were looking at the live stream.
Ah,
Probably good. Probably good.
Good thing. I think I enjoyed that way too much. Sorry, Alex.
So if anybody wants to get involved with it, because my thinking about this is still, it's a bit too complicated for me. But the more you talk about it, the more I go, this looks like fun. If somebody wants to start with this, where do they go? Get into, I mean, apart from getting the game and like if they want to join a community.
There are some basics, and essentially we understand within the world there are two sides of the world. There's the console players, and there are online racing games and simulators that you can get involved with. But then there's the PC side, and the PC side is where it is hot and happening. That's where majority of the international races take place. So if you do want to get into online racing, a PC would be the best way to go. And that's because it's going to give you the variety. There is, however, that barrier to entry, which is the cost.
Yeah.
Not only do you need the PC, but you need the rig, which comes at a cost, as well as the actual equipment, a steering wheel that has some sort of feedback on it, and a pedal set that you're able to control. That is the basics that you would require, and depending on what type of car you want to be driving, that you would then choose the appropriate game.
So just as a matter of interest, I took a walk around at the Incredible Connections store here at rAge, excuse me, yesterday, and I see they selling starter wheel and pedal sets. Not bad at all. 1,600 Rand.
Not bad.
And that's not bad.
I mean, you don't have to start with a top-end kit, as with anything in
No,
life, right?
exactly.
You need to kind of grow into something.
Exactly. And ultimately, you might suck horribly at it, and then it gathers dust in the side of the room. Obviously, we hope that isn't the case. And that's what I love about LTR. You guys have got a amazing development program to help youngsters get involved in and help them shave a couple of tenths of their lifetime. And I'm one of the development drivers, and yeah.
And the beauty about LTR is essentially is that what happens is that we're our own environment where we've got specific people that are strong at specific things, and we rely on those people to assist. But then we also go and we help our own environment to say that, hold on, this guy needs a little bit of help, he needs a bit of RAM. Well, I'm going to upgrade, and then so that piece of equipment then gets handed down, so that we constantly empowering whoever's in the team, so that we can keep developing and keep bringing them up. And that's what's important. And that's why me as a brand manager for Schick sees that and say, but hold on, that's where the value is, because they're helping each other, they're developing the sport. It just makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's phenomenal. How many drivers do you guys take up every year?
So we started off with 10, and we're looking to bring in another 4. So going into the new year, we'll have 4 drivers that will go through our, I'm saying inverted commas, development program. And that's because for the next 6 months, we'll show you what to do to be a part of a racing team, how to do the setups, how to get fast and really enjoy it. But then also how to be technical and how to read a Motec chart, which is giving you all your throttle inputs, your cornering, just to give you that little bit of an edge.
Yeah, it's very complicated, but I tell you, it's very complicated.
It's not just a weekend shoot 'em up.
Well, you see, you can though. You can make it an arcade experience. You absolutely can, and that's why Dylan led with console being a potential better. I want to use the word better, but it could be an easier entry point. For one, obviously the cost of a console versus the cost of a PC, it's easier, I guess. So, but yeah, Dylan, again, I can't thank you enough for getting behind gaming in such a way from a Schick perspective. And not only did you get behind from a Schick perspective, but you also engross yourself within the team. I certainly wish the team a lot of luck for the last couple of hours. The last I saw, it's now 1.1 second between 10th and 11th.
Go, Jude. Go, Jude.
So, yeah, Jude, hopefully.
Just an interesting thing is that Jude is our youngest member in the team. The average age is brought down substantially because of Jude. And that's because Jude is a 16-year-old that races with us. He's extremely fast, and he's really going to have a great future within the online racing scene.
He doesn't get tired like you.
Yes, listen. Let's just get the everything straight, Jim. Is that I had been setting up from Thursday. I was here Friday making sure that everything was working from the stream. Like my wife said, no sympathy. I chose to do a go-karting race yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Please show us.
But let me just pull this out. Third overall for the day, so it was well worth it. Yeah, thank you, guys. Thank you. And then I had to do the night shift, thinking I could get some sleep when I arrived here at 10 o'clock last night. That did not happen. I've probably had about 3 hours sleep in the last 48 hours. So I am great. I mentioned to one of the ladies, like, why do you look so like tired? I'm like, what do you mean? This is my good look.
Yeah, normal look.
Dipping my Cook Sisters in my Red Bull this morning for breakfast.
Oh, I thought just how you look normally. I wouldn't want to question that.
So third
Thanks so
place,
much.
third place, very good, man. Is that for the season or is that for?
That was for that specific race. So a little shout out goes to Jared Yo from the
Nice, well done.
Donkey
Hey, Jared.
Punch. I actually went and helped him out because my team was racing. I wasn't supposed to have raced because I have been nurturing a little injury on the ribs. But sucked it up.
From sim racing?
No.
Okay.
In an actual real go-kart where there are forces and your body does take some strays.
Go-karting is, we need to actually do go-karting again. That is a phenomenal.
Well, you see now, we got Dylan.
Segue.
We got Dylan right on the spot now. We're potentially on the spot. So, I would like to know if we can have, from a NAG perspective, we must have an experience, and then maybe what we do is we throw it out to the NAG readers, the NAG followers, and maybe choose one or two guys as NAG fans, and then we do a little thing around Benoni. Benoni track is amazing.
I might be able to take this a little bit further. Is
Drum roll, please.
with us getting involved with the F400 karting series, I might be able to get a team of 3 entered into a full race day, which comprises of 4 hours of driving that you split between the 3 of you. And I would love to say, let me invite NAG. We'll get it going, and then I'm going to laugh at all of you.
No.
We're gonna cry. We're gonna cry.
And that's why I'll be laughing.
Look, I'm a quite good driver in GTA. I think I can take you on.
Oh my God.
Is that the same thing or not?
So are we doing a live bet of actual cash money?
No. I've got a bad track record with betting against him. So, yeah.
But I'm happy to take up this challenge.
Let's throw some readers in the mix, and I don't feel so alone. But also, I've got Len on my side, right? You can't be riding for them.
Dylan on a bad day will probably lap me 3 times. So yeah.
But if you're the best we've got, what chance do we then have?
Hey, listen, you know what it is? I said we're gonna cry, but through those tears, as I'm going down the pit straight, I'm smiling, man.
Have the
It's
most
such a great
fun, I
feeling.
can imagine.
Yeah, it's a lot
being
of fun.
lapped by the champs. I mean,
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So Dylan, yeah, thanks, man. I guess you'll be in touch with us to do that karting thing. I do want to make sure that we have 1 or 2 of the NAG followers with us, and we'll throw something out maybe in January. What sort of dates are you thinking of?
Well, the season essentially starts from like end of Feb, beginning March.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can't do something for April.
Yes.
Because obviously we need to just get that calendar sorted out for next year.
Yeah. Isn't April cold? I don't do well in cold.
No, April's okay. You want the
I'm a
cold.
baby.
Remember, the engine runs better, and there's generally no rain in April.
Oh, yes. I've had a bad track record with you on track and
You
rain.
are 2-2 for rain with us.
Yes. Every time Dylan has invited me, it's been pouring.
oh man.
The last race, I was going flat out on the straight. I'm loving it. Next minute, I'm doing
Little
360s.
bit of an aquaplane and around he goes.
Yeah, I didn't crash though.
No,
I
there's
didn't
nothing
crash.
like spinning 4 times going down a main straight in front
Yeah,
of
that was
everybody.
so much of fun.
Now, did you guys, I mean, talking about go-karting, did you guys see this virtual go-karting augmented reality system somewhere in the States where it's like a Mario Kart with real go-karts? You have overhead projectors that's got obstacles
Yeah.
and it's linked to your car. So if there's an oil spill that pops up and you go over it, your car will then, it's programmed to then skid a bit.
But that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Do you
I
think
haven't
we'll
seen
see
it,
that
but
in
that's
South
cool.
Africa?
Yeah,
I would over like to do the real thing though.
yes, 100%. I must say,
Yeah,
on,
okay.
on
Of
that,
course.
MSA Motorsport South Africa have actually got a couple of other of their rigs here
Yep.
at rAge, and they've 3D scanned a karting track. I
At
think it's
Vereeniging?
Swartkrop.
Yep.
Is that
No, it's
Vereeniging?
Vereeniging.
Okay.
They've got it
The
Vereeniging.
Vereeniging track, and you can actually come to rAge
Yep.
right now, get onto a MSA's FIA racing rig, which is phenomenal, by the way. And
Yes.
yes, that's exactly the rig. Not those, but yeah, those rigs that you see there.
Just the one. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, those are different rigs. They're also here at rAge. Very nice to come and experience it. That's a guy that's busy selling those rigs.
All right.
Quite a good price. Yeah, no, it's really, and you can custom make it and really, to your liking. Now, the rigs I'm talking about is the FIA racing rigs,
Okay.
and they've 3D scanned a karting track in Vereeniging. It's like ultra realistic, and you get the exact same feel as you would, apart from the fact that the
It's not
sim
moving,
doesn't move.
Yeah.
But yeah, really, really, and what they're doing there is again grassroots level development. It's super cool. They're actually looking for people that's going to get into a real kart at some point. So yeah, I think overall, between what Dylan is doing and the overarching MSA thing is super cool. And we're gonna have a chat with MSA a bit later on today as well. And yeah, so all right, so the April thing, it's going to be amazing. We'll
let's do
put
it.
something out on our socials, so look out for that and run a nice little competition. Maybe what we do is we involve some sort of Schick here, close shave moment. We do a little, NAG. We've got our own servers, so maybe what we do is we run like
Good idea.
we run a server on not GTA and and look for two loyal NAG followers and get them, or whatever that number is. You'll come back to us. I'm not committing to the actual number, but yeah, we'll throw it out there and
Yeah.
that'll be amazing.
Have some fun.
Come have fun with NAG and Dylan and his team. It's going to be amazing.
Come learn on being schooled.
Yeah, and cry.
Learn about being schooled on the track.
And learn how to, while your body is aching, your hands don't know what they want to do anymore, your forearms are burning,
What was that Talladega Nights? What do I do with my hands?
yet you're going to have the biggest smile on your face when you get off and go, that was amazing.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I am super curious and keen to try this. Both of these.
It's going to be incredible. Dylan, again, thank you very much, man. I feel so honored that you're here to talk to us. That Schick is getting behind this in a good way, and it's always super encouraging when a brand like Schick and Bulldog get into the gaming space, but they don't just get in and try and touch, feel, and wet their toes. You've gone in a big way, and that's encouraging.
And there's one aspect that I've completely forgotten to mention is that it's not just the karting and the online, it's the main circuit as well. Is that Schick have made the announcement that Terry Wolford from Wolford Racing, and that is the Mobile One V8s, is that we will be partnering with him as well.
Wow.
And getting him some sponsorship and following his journey for the championship next year.
Oh, that is awesome. Yeah, you see, that is amazing.
Layer on layer on
Exactly.
layer, and that's exactly
You,
what we're
you guys
about.
are doing it properly, which is fantastic. So many brands hear about esports or hear about gaming. Well, I mean, everybody here knows about it, but and then let's throw R1 million into this, and then they get it completely wrong. And so yeah, thanks, man. How can they get hold of you? Do you want people to get hold of you, or is it
What are your deets?
something you want to hide?
I don't really know. You've
Well, not your
just
cell
thrown
phone
me on the
number, but
spot
where could
now.
they find one?
We'll put
Look,
Dylan's
it
cell phone number on the big screen.
It depends why they want to get hold of me. If it's free stock, go to your nearest retailer. If you want to get hold of the karting that we're going to be looking at, it is the F400 karting.co.za. Terry Wolford Racing. All I can say is go check out his page on Facebook. Specifically for LTR by Schick is the team. If somebody says, "Hey, I'm trying to get hold of Dylan," I promise you will find me. I've also got an online racing community where we run our own races, and that's essentially the home of LTR. And again, it's just layer on layer on layer. And
How deep do you want to go?
how deep do you want to go, and what do you want me for?
Yeah.
If you really need me, you'll find me.
Yeah. And I'll add to that as well. So, if anybody out there listening wants to know more about Dylan and LTR and what Schick is doing within the gaming community, you can send me a mail. I'm len@nag.co.za. Pop me a mail. Just make sure that your subject line says racing, so it doesn't get lost in the 300 odd emails I get a day.
Or can you sponsor me?
Yeah, can you sponsor me? See attached proposal that says I am great. Okay, yeah. So all jokes aside, we are here to help. If you're out there listening and you want to get involved in gaming, racing, sims, and eventually lead to some sort of karting, len@nag.co.za. Follow NAG, COZ on all our socials, and we'll happily point you in the right direction. And hopefully, one of you listening now is that guy, that girl that's going to be, hopefully a girl, because I want to see a girl in a kart.
I was going to say, if we can get a goal, that would also be
Yeah,
amazing.
that'd be
It's also
amazing.
part of the bigger idea.
Mm.
But we'll definitely run a competition to go and do a driver search for our online team.
Yeah.
And just check out NAG. There will be a competition which we'll chat about, and let's actually run it through there.
Maybe what we should do, talking about girl guy things. Sorry, we're going off track.
Digressing again. Okay, fine. I'm just gonna drink my coffee. This is every conversation with Len, so I'm just going to sit back.
Maybe what we do with this April card challenge with NAG followers is we make sure that it's one guy, one girl. Or maybe what we do is we make it only open for girls, so that it's rAge and myself as representing NAG, and then two ladies.
Let's figure it out.
But yeah, we'll think of something. But yeah, so ladies, if you're out there, it's inclusive. This is inclusive. All right,
Fantastic.
that looks like must be
That's
last
night time, because that's but there's the Schick car. There it is.
Yeah, that's it.
So this is just the highlights, yes.
I wonder if we'll see. So that's number 9. That's Flip on sale. He's the owner of LTR team. So there he was in 9th position. And then you took over from that from Flip, or who was it? Or was it Arvia that went and then you?
It was Jean that took over from Flip. Then I jumped in afterwards. So I jumped in with about 7 hours 20 to go.
Okay, so did Flip get from 9th through to 7th, and then you carried on that, or did you get up to 7th? I'm hoping that it was you that got into 7th. So there's a third place karting trophy in front of you.
The battles that were happening from 7th to 10th we were all on the same lap, and it's essentially one pit stop, and then that order changes, and it's been like that essentially the whole evening.
Okay, super exciting.
We probably have just over 2 hours left of the race to go, and it will be done, and we'll definitely see.
We sorted out in the last hour, as you said. Yeah, Dylan, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for your time, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dylan.
Thank you, everyone, for listening. Just
guys, we'll be back again very soon.
Very close. There you go. Go. There you go. Oh, yeah. Cool. Okay. Very close. Burn. Makes it. We'll see you in the next round. Congratulations. Moves on. The opportunity to win that PlayStation. Now, don't worry. We're also working on something really. No, Brian was so much swag in. Wait for the get back for you. So we'll sort it out. Oh, there we go. It is done. It is done. There you go. Come on, bro. Grab your swag back. Get the points for one of the worthy challenge. Awesome. Vegas. Well done, buddies. All the best. And I hope it's time. All the good and forward. And simulation. First. Well, we get the vote. Which one you're on? What's he? What's he? Cheers, man. Here we go.
Okay, now we got something fun. Mr. Long Drop, would you mind standing to the left? Sorry, the actual long drop. Yeah, yeah. So you can stand there. Brown. Sorry, Mr. Brown. So we're just asking Mr. Brown to move slightly over. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. We just want to get you in the shot nicely. Yeah, you can hover around there. Just stay away from me, please.
He does smell a little.
Good day, sir. I called you Mr. Long Drop, but please introduce yourself to the viewers.
Yes. So my name is Morne. I'm a solo dev. Started an indie game dev studio called Slakkedis Studio. A little bit of a kind of a Afrikaans mix of mabob of names. A slak and an akadis combined. Yeah.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, it's terrible. I know. Yeah, and we've been
Not that terrible. It's funky, man.
Yeah, it's all right. So yeah, we've been making games now for the last pretty much 20 months. It's been interesting. We've been making a game about poop.
So how does that come to be? I mean, it's a part of a daily occurrence for all of us.
Right.
How do you go from I want to make cool games to I want to make a game about the long drop?
Right. So, hey, hello.
Are those fans or are those employees?
But she just hugged a poop.
So who is the poop here? You or the Mr. Brown next to you?
We both are a little bit of a turd, I guess.
So
Right.
please tell us, how did this come to be?
Yes.
I mean, long drop the game, and then tell us about the game.
Okay, cool. So how it started off. We were at a wedding in the Drakensberg. We had some wine. It was amazing. And then we were like, I don't know, just a discussion that came to life about our bodily functions. And we were like, it's so frowned upon to poop. You can't just have a fart right here and just let it rip. People are going to be like, what the heck, man? Why are you doing this? And like we from that conversation, it was like, okay, we need to make something that makes people comfortable with their bodies. And that was the whole idea behind Long Drop. Yeah, and then we just kind of
is this a public service?
maybe. Whole idea there is just to get people comfortable, man. You have to be comfortable in your body and be proud of your body. That's the idea. So I think it's more like targeted to the younger audience. Be comfortable. It's part of your daily life. You're going to do it every day. You can't avoid it. It's going to happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, what does the game entail?
Right. So I think most people have played Angry Birds. So it's a very, very similar mechanic to Angry Birds. You've got the little aiming thing. A little bum comes out and you fling a poop into a bucket. And it's set in medieval times. So back in the day where there really wasn't a lot of hygiene.
Yes. There were no sewage systems.
No, nothing. You kind of just went into an outhouse and did your thing. So the setting is within an outhouse, and it's all kind of physics-based casual puzzler. That's the idea. So it's all comedy, very inspired by Monty Python as well. Like
awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. Love that.
We do have we've done some narration on it. The perfect town crier. Yeah. So my brother-in-law, he's done the voicing for us.
Oh, brilliant.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Brilliant. Now, how long did it take you to make this game?
Yes. So we did a lot of prototyping, played around with some ideas, and it took maybe around 20 months from start till finish. It's been intense. It's all done part-time. We pretty much part-time studio. 20 months.
So part-time studio, what other games are you working on then? Or is this the main focus for now?
So the idea, yes. So we started off with some platformers. So I'm more into the 2D space rather than 3D. I've been focusing on doing some illustration work, and there's a few games that we had planned. It didn't quite plan out as we wanted, so we thought let's scale it down a bit and make a pretty much a little bit easier puzzle game. Turned out not to be easy. It was still a lot of work. But we do have some other things that have kind of started off with, and it's halfway there. No names yet, but we're working on some platformers and more kind of like a John Wick action kind of vibe.
Nice.
Also a bit quirky, but it's kind of potatoes versus tomatoes. Let's say something like that.
So where do people get this game?
Right. So you can visit our website called longdropgame.com. It's available on Steam, so you can get it from Steam, and then also on the Play Store, the Google Play Store at the moment.
Okay, fantastic.
We do have plans for iOS, but at the moment it's just those two.
Is there any plans for a battle royale?
Never. I can't
or
imagine a bunch
flush
of
royale.
Yes. No, I doubt it.
No,
It's all just in the single player space.
No,
we try to keep it casual.
So does Mr. Brown talk at all? Does he have an opinion on anything?
Mr. Brown, you want to speak?
How do I speak to him?
Oh yeah.
So it's a local developed game. Please support us locally, and thank you so much for all the support that we already got from the game. We hope to see you guys again soon, and hopefully expansions are on the way.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I did not expect your voice to be like an angel's tears. Thank you. Thank you so much for stopping by. I look forward to checking out the game. And yeah, let's chat some more next year and keep up to date with what you guys are doing and your new developments.
Take care.
I absolutely love what I'm seeing here. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Nag. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. So yeah, there you have it. What a phenomenal game from a local developer. I always love seeing that. If you're at rAge, please stop by. We'd love to see you. And if you're a game developer, please do get in contact. We always love chatting to you guys, and we do want to spread the word about all the amazing development happening in South Africa. We'll be back again with some more interviews shortly.
That's there by panel 1.
I really like these mics.
Like one of those.
Yeah.
Oh, the screen is.
Jy het so iets nodig, hou. Ja, maar ek weet nie wat jy sien, ek weet nie wat kos die man. Vra jou, hier is hy.
Wat kost die mic stand?
Direk stand. Ja, very mic.
Very mic. Besef, ek dink dit is 6 grand vir 2 idees vir die hele hof. Dit is al ja. Dit is super cheap model. Preparation. Next side at the top, that's the only thing you need. Okay. You got the I don't know. I'm goodbye. So what's gonna install? Is the stage is weird. What? Yeah. No, that's not the light. Yeah. Okay, then move. I'm tired right now. Everyone can decide. What? I feel. I just like understand. I'm fine. I can't. For some reason.
We're all for 11 now. Yeah, we're ready. Parte di gioco scende yeah. Do we both speak? You don't mind, you can stand on the side. Sure. Are you on? Wat doen julle? Julle maak hom awkward.
Yeah, you guys got fans, eh?
Apparently.
Paparazzi.
Wives and girlfriends, so.
That's just as good, man. Welcome, everybody. We're doing another interview here. Please, guys, introduce yourself, developers, but who are you and where you from?
All right, so I'm. Okay, it's good. I'm Johannes,
Yep.
Nienaber. This is my brother, Alwyn Nienaber. Hey. I'm the indie solo developer for Line Games, so studio that I run, and he does most of my audio stuff.
Yes, fantastic. Now, what are you guys doing here this weekend?
So we have a bunch of games on Steam that we've developed in the last 10 years or so.
Yep.
But we're showcasing our new games, which is Operator 8 and Grunt 1991. So if I can just tell you a little bit about
please.
the
I was
games.
just about to ask. Tell us about it.
So these games are not out yet. They're coming into early access next year in January for Operator 8 and in March for Grunt. So Operator 8 is a single-player horror game where you play as an operator sent into the moon Triton to destroy an alien force that have taken over that moon. It's a horror game in the vein of Doom 3 meets Dead Space.
Ooh.
So it's quite unique. It's got a very retro aesthetic, throwback vibe, and the music is very Trent Reznor soundscapey, which he does.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And there is a demo for that on Steam, so you can play that right now.
All right, excellent. Now, I want to talk about the sound just now as well.
All right.
Now, is this the game that you're launching now? Is this kind of your big thing?
It's one of them. So I have two games here. The other one is Grunt 1991, which is Call of Duty meets Far Cry 2 set in Africa. So it's a online shooter where you play as an African soldier or a Iraqi or a French Legion soldier. It's set in Sierra Leone in the 90s. It's a very diverse war, and it's a war that really hasn't been done yet. So African Call of Duty, it's kind of the vibe.
Okay, that sounds intense. I mean, how big is your studio? That sounds like a big job to put these games together.
I'm just very ambitious. Well, it's just me that really makes the games, but I do have some people working for me, like my brother here, and then we have another sound guy in Cape Town, and one of the guys at the store right now is a level designer working on Grunt, and we got another guy that came on board last week doing animation and character art for an upcoming game.
So I'm just opening up your
That's the Steam page.
yeah, the Steam page.
So these are some of our older games. That's the first Grunt down there, and that's Crazy Critters, which is just a little silly game.
All right.
For some reason, the Steam page doesn't have all of the games. So if you go to our website, maybe Align Games,
Yeah, let's do that.
just type in Align Games and could go down a little bit. So you'll see that we have an asset store as well. So I also sell assets for anyone interested in learning more about making games. This is my asset
Interesting.
store where you can buy these assets. But if you are interested, send me an email and I'll send you some codes and I'll just give these away to you.
Oh wow.
So these are just for people that want to make games. There's 3D stuff, there's sound stuff that he made. There's modular art assets. There's a bunch of stuff.
Fantastic. That's amazing. I mean, where do you have time for all these things?
I don't sleep much. You know, someone asked me yesterday on another interview about where it started, and it was actually NAG that made me want to make games. And this kind of stuff is to support myself. You know, so I sell these and then sell the games, and yeah, and people are welcome to check out the website as well and the Steam pages. For some reason, that Steam page doesn't show everything. It doesn't show the
So where's the
upcoming
best place to get the game? Aligned your website.
Probably our website.
Okay, cool. What is it?
I'm
Aligned
just-
Games today.
It's aligngames. I'm trying to remember the suffix.
Let's check.
It's something. I think it's something monkey.
Oh wow.
Just down a little bit. A little bit more. Oh, there it is. MailChimp. That's what it is. Something monkey. Yeah, there it is. So on this, you can see the games.
So that is aligned-games.mailchimpsites.com.
That's it. That's my Sketchfab store. That's your 3D stuff. That's Grunt. Screenshots there. You can visit the
page, yeah.
Operator,
Operator
the horror game.
A. And what has the reception been like at rAge on your games? I mean, people can play it here, right?
Yeah, so we have demos for both. Operator is coming into early access soon, and the demo has, I think people have liked the horror game more.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, a lot of people are interested because it's like a retro throwback kind of thing.
Now, are you a bit of a dark person in terms of building? I mean, not just building games the way you do, but
Did you not
the
see
horror
the game
side.
about the cats?
Yeah. I mean, clearly there's a thread here, right? What drives your ideas for the games that you make?
Lunacy. No, I think I'm ambitious because the first game I made was a online shooter, which is just silly. Don't do that. But what drives it is just, you know, inspiration. Like you would play something and you would want to make it. And that's what it was always like. So when I used to read NAG as a kid, when it was still a magazine, I used to walk to school and read it. And I would see all these cool projects and people were working and I would think like, that would be amazing. So initially I wanted to become a journalist, but games journalist, but then
It's a good thing you didn't go down that path.
Yeah.
That's not, you don't want to be there.
not a very good speaker either. So, but anyway,
no, man.
yeah. So I just used to see these projects and used to like. I remember just staring at the screenshots for hours, and I would think that's amazing. I want to be able to do that. So I just took it from there, and you know, I've been doing this since like. I actually won a PC from NAG.
Wow.
Yeah, it was some competition in 2008 or 7, something like that. I won like a really expensive PC, and I think that's when I started working on the stuff.
Yeah.
Oh wow, man! Well, what an honor to be part of that amazing journey. And
Thanks.
look where we are now, chatting at rAge on a live stream on
it's
NAG.
full circle.
Full circle, man.
Definitely, yeah.
What other games do you enjoy playing? I mean, building games is one thing. What do you enjoy playing?
Lately, I don't have much time.
Oh, so both.
Because I'm working on games so much, but
What a silly question to have asked.
I actually enjoy FIFA a lot, which would be unexpected.
That would make sense because you're trying to get away from what you're making.
It's just because I play soccer as well. It's very just fun. You know, it's silly. And I play the new Dooms, Call of Duty, all the basic games. You know, everything.
Yeah.
But then I also play games like Red Dead. I'm trying to think what I play. I play a big variety. I like, I recently played Diablo 3 for the first time.
Oh,
so I'm playing through that now as a necromancer, which is a lot of fun.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Do you find playing these games also, it's also part of the job in terms of understanding maybe what other products are out there?
Definitely, it's a lot of inspiration. Like we have an upcoming game called Death. So there's a game if you scroll down a little bit, Death Rattle Hell Unleashed, which he did the audio for as well, which is amazing. It's like a medieval heavy metal soundtrack, which is amazing. Go and listen to that. We're going to bring a soundtrack for that soon. But we have a game coming out, which is a Diablo-style version of this.
Oh wow!
And he's doing the audio for that and a bunch of stuff. And that's so it's inspiration. You play something like Grim Dawn, Diablo, and then you get inspiration. You want to make something like that yourself.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Yes.
definitely.
Now, Alwyn, I mean, obviously making games is more than one person to get things right. You can't do sound design. You can't do all the graphics. Everything is yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, how did you come to be sound design? Are you a musician by trade or anything?
I am a musician, yes. So I studied sound engineering, and my brother needed audio for Death Rattle, and he was inspired by Doom for this game. And I'm a metal musician, so
okay.
I was like, yeah, let me give it a try, and I've kind of just been taking it from there.
Did you find a new passion for your craft now?
Definitely.
Because sound design is quite I mean, apart from sound engineering, but sound design for games, it must be quite an amazing process, but also creatively challenging.
It's very challenging, especially because like there are courses and stuff on it, but you never learn exactly what you need to do.
You have to practice. You have to do
It's always trial and error. Yeah.
So I guess that's a fantastic way. Just you have an inside scoop into the game development, so you kind of understand. Obviously speaking to your brother, you understand what's needed and what he wants out of that.
Yeah.
How do you go through the process of creating music and sounds for games?
So I normally look at the game itself, and I look at the environment and the weapons, and I listen to the voiceovers because I also do some voiceovers for him as well. So I listen to all of that and I use that as inspiration. So for Death Rattle, for instance, it's a post-apocalyptic hell kind of came to Earth. So I was like, okay, this is a lot like Doom.
Yes.
Let's get some metal tracks going. But then also there's ambient tracks when there's no combat going, and I sort of use the environment for inspiration. So
what do you use to create your sounds? I mean, you obviously have instruments, but in terms of software, what tools do you use?
So I use Mixcraft 9 Pro.
Okay.
And that comes with a bunch of VSTIs, which are virtual instruments.
Yes.
So I use that, and I've got a Arturia MIDI controller as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then inserting music into games. I mean, that's also another challenge. Triggering the right thing at the right time.
Yeah.
Making sure the ambience is hitting the right notes.
Yeah. So I think the biggest challenge is the ambience, like you said. Getting things to work at the right times. Those are just simple triggers, really.
Yeah.
If I'm not going to get into scripting right now, but
sure.
So I use Unity for the most part. I use Unreal as well, but I use Unity because I have a Unity store. I'm an affiliate with them. So I've always used Unity. So that kind of stuff can be easy, and you can find a lot of that stuff on my packs as well if you want to learn how to do it. But the ambience is the challenge. So what we do is I look at things like we spoke about Doom, that new Metal Hellsinger, stuff like that. And I'm trying to remember the name of the guy that made the Doom soundtrack. It's not Trent Reznor, it's Mick Gordon.
Okay.
So I would go and listen to that. I would say, okay, this is amazing. Can you do something like this? And then he would do his version of what that was. And you would get like documentaries on these artists and see how they get their stuff, and just take something like that and integrate it into your own project. So it's an amazing process. I really like to. Sometimes I would just put the music on when I'm working and stuff like that because it's a piece of art on its own.
Yes. So making the game with the music that drives the game.
Yes,
I like the sound of it.
Yeah.
What are your plans for the future, for next year? Is there anything new coming? Anything in the pipeline?
So we have these games coming out that we spoke about that we showed at rAge. These are two bigger projects,
but these will kind of fill up the spot for a while.
Yes, but we do have more stuff planned. So I am in talks to get funding for I don't really know how to put it, but it's a Nintendo-like platformer, Mario-like kind of game. This would be a new game for us, but there's a lot of interest, and that's the kind of thing we would take to consoles as well.
Yeah.
So keep your eyes open in the future for that coming from us. It's going to be called Fennec Fox. So it's going to be interesting. We have plans to show it at rAge next year if everything works out. So that'll be probably our biggest project if it works out, if we get funding for that. Some of these games we do without funding, so it's I got to sell some assets, make some money, work on the games, sell some games. It's a hard craft, but it's very rewarding.
Any other methods of funding, crowdfunding, or anything like that that you've thought of or that you are doing?
I have thought of crowdfunding, but it's a tough thing to do from South Africa because we can't use Kickstarter. I do have people in America that I work with as well, but you wanna be in control of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's a tough thing to do, but I mean we do have I think it's Indiegogo that we can use and stuff like that. But getting enough interest in your game is very difficult. You really have to get a following, and it's not even always about the the scope of the game. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. So I haven't, so the best route to do, in my opinion, is get experience, do it for a while. The studio is about 10 years old. And when you believe you're good enough, get in contact with publishers. You'll lose a little bit of creative control, but there's a price to pay for funding. So,
Yeah, I mean, that's the eternal creative problem, right? If you want to create something, somebody needs to believe in you enough to give you big bucks. I mean, game development can't be a cheap process, especially if you're doing it on your own.
Yeah, it is expensive. I do it full time. So for me, it's the only thing I do in terms of work. I mean, you have to pay yourself a salary, and of course, you have to pay the people that work for you. I try to do that sometimes.
But he's your brother. You should be doing it for free. Man.
Exactly, but I do some stuff for free. He does most of it for free. Really. But obviously, if we get publishing, hopefully, it'll be good for all of us. And my wife has a stable income, so that's the plan.
All right. Yes. Teamwork, man.
Exactly.
That's what it's about. Family teamwork.
Let me do what I want to do. That's the plan.
Fantastic, man. Well, I really look forward to hearing more. I think let's keep in touch and chat some more next year. And let us, keep us up to date with the milestones in your development. And maybe even do more in-depth chats about behind the scenes things. That's always fascinating. Our readers love that, especially upcoming game developers, right? It's the insight. It's seeing other creative people doing something cool.
Yeah, and I've realized being at rAge now, people are very interested in local things.
Yeah,
they want to support made in South Africa stuff. So we're definitely going to push that angle a little bit harder. And it's nice to see that people want to support us just because we are here.
Fantastic, man. Well, so nice to chat to you guys, and best of luck for the last day. And I'm going to keep an eye on the games, and we'll definitely feature them on the NAG. So in the coming week or two, let's keep an eye for that.
Right, definitely. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
Man. Cheers.
Cheers.
Well, we can help you out. Hook you up with some hardware. Maybe you might be able to plug in your newly won PS. There we go. Courtesy of incredible connection with Apple and Wings. Focus shot. There we go. Get in the dream. Why are you running away? Here we go. Boom. So the homie. Alright, folks. We're gonna get things set up. Definitely stay free now. Get set up with this. The big quick move. And
Hello. Just go down a bit. You won't be able to see my face. Oh, yeah. You have again forgetting how short I am.
All right, guys, we are back with another interview. And this one I'm quite excited about because a lot of you guys don't actually know that MAG is quite big on Ayoba. And sitting with me is the lady in charge of Ayoba, if I can put it like that. Gillian, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream.
How's it? It's great to be here. I'm Gillian. I'm the head of content for Ayoba.
That's the boss, because everything about Ayoba is the content. And there's some amazing content on there, I have to say. So well done on that. And thanks for having us on the platform.
Oh, it's been awesome. I mean, fundamentally, what we're looking for is original African content.
Yeah.
And it's not the easiest thing to find in gaming. It's been my challenge of the year 2020 and my goal of the year for 2023. So it's awesome to have, 2 channels from you guys and more, which I believe we're going to be announcing.
Yes, no, it's very exciting stuff. I can't wait. Now, for those people that don't know what Ayoba is, please can you give us a 1-minute brief overview? Because a lot of people think of Ayoba as an MTN Ayoba app,
Yes.
right? But it's not that.
It's much more than that.
It's much
So
more.
Ayoba is what we call a super app.
Yeah.
So it's an app with an enormous amount of functionality. Fundamentally, it started as an instant messaging app. And we added voice and video calls. And now we have a huge channels editorial offering.
Yep.
We have casual gaming. We have music, and we have our new micro app section. So there's an enormous amount of functionality in this app, all free.
Yep.
We don't charge for the app. In addition to which, the MTN connection comes in because MTN have partnered with us and they offer free data in all the MTN territories, but the app is actually open to all networks.
And
so
that is
anyone can use and download the app, Android or iOS.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think a lot of people just didn't quite understand that, especially with the people that we introduced to. So it's nice to kind of get clarity on that. But the key thing, and this is what makes me excited, is MTN users get that free data usage on that. And that is pretty big because, I mean, you get access to all this great content. There's a lot of new stuff. I mean, that micro app is essentially replacing your browser in a way, and you get free access to it.
Yeah.
What are some of the most popular channels on there, apart from the gaming stuff, of course? What do Ayoba customers enjoy watching or consuming?
So I think in terms of our content offering, music is always top.
Yeah.
Everywhere, and we have different music in different areas in Africa, so that's always top. And then comes our games offering. So it's casual gaming that's in the app. We just launched Subway Surfer, and we've got some football games. At the moment, the world is quite interested in football.
Of course, yes.
And then other than that, we have channels. And in our channels, it kind of looks like Instagram.
Yep.
And in our channels, the most popular channel we have is Ayoba News, which gives you all the news about the app, what's going on in the app, but some of the news in the real world as well. And then we actually have several games channels, which are some of the most popular channels on the app. And interestingly, in 2022 has been the rise of French language content in Ayoba, looking at all our French language territories. So there's fashion and there's food and there's news and there's education. There's just everything on this app. It's crazy.
Bit of everything.
Yeah.
What is the future plans for Ayoba? What can we expect to see from the super app? What is in the pipeline that you can talk about?
That's a very interesting question because with so many streams in an app, there's things happening in every single stream. So we've got big developments happening in music for next year. Games is going to be my focus for 2023. Building the casual gaming stream that's in the app, but building micro apps with games partners. Because the way the app is designed, we can only facilitate HTML5 games at the moment in the app. Yeah. But in the micro apps, we've started with esports streaming. We have other games, and we have a lot more functionality coming in micro apps, which is a whole new world for us. So that's very, very exciting. We're launching a new Android app, hopefully next week.
Okay.
Which is going to have some new UI and design and things like that. So, it's happening everywhere.
It's just, and there's a giveaway happening right behind you. Thank you so much for bringing some Ayoba swag. And look, we're capturing it on stream now. There we go. There you can see some of the action.
Awesome.
Anarchy. Wonderful hoodies. Those are really nice hoodies. Thank you so much for bringing them over.
An absolute pleasure. So one thing I wanted to say
Yeah.
that goes in that theme is we've launched called Ayoba Supports Your Hustle. And that's designed to where Ayoba, with all the reach that it has, helps to uplift small businesses and hustle in general, including small games companies, all that kind of thing. We're very excited.
Sorry about all the noise, people. It is awesome indeed. Yeah. Thank you so much for that.
But
Yeah.
Rupert,
Yes.
your channel on Ayoba. So you run a channel called Game Explorers.
Yeah, so Game Explorers started off the back. It was kind of a parallel development to what we're doing at NAG. Just you always have other outlets to kind of create new interesting content. And yeah, it started as a video channel. And now we've expanded to collaborate the NAG content on Game Explorers. But also NAG doesn't necessarily mean anything to an Ayoba fan. Because you've got an African base, right? And even though we bring the NAG brand into Game Explorers says a lot more about what the channel is. And it's just exploring mobile games, PC games, tech games. And wow, this response on our content there has been phenomenal, especially since we added the NAG stuff, because now it becomes more of a news channel rather than just a video game review channel, right? So we have news and reviews on gaming industry. And I'm looking forward to start looking at the games on the platform itself, right?
Yes.
I've played some of those games, HTML5 games, and these type of things. It's there's a big audience for them, especially on an app like this. We can get it for use, right? That's a big thing. That's a big thing.
Yeah, and what we want to do is bring African games. You know, at the moment, our game's very international, but we want to bring games that look and feel African and that uplift our games community in Africa. And we've started, there's a micro app at the moment called Mzansi Games, which is our first South African built games, but there's a lot more to come.
Is this within the Ayoba app?
Yeah.
Okay, wow. I need to go check that out. And maybe we should set up another conversation around that and with those developers.
That would be fantastic.
Which countries in Africa does Ayoba, where do you focus on?
Ayoba is open globally, but we focus on Africa and the diaspora community outside Africa. And biggest territories, unsurprisingly, South Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, Cameroon has been a fantastic supporter for us this year.
Oh, wow.
Also, Congo B, for such a small territory, very active in the digital space.
Yes.
And very exciting for us. We've just started in the last sort of 2 months looking to get more content specifically in East Africa, Kenya, places like that. So we're very, very focused on our African
Yes. And those regions that you mentioned now, I've been speaking to a lot of developers up there. And in fact, now that I think about it, I should actually put you in contact with some of these guys because they run their communities there. And I think
we'd love that.
To have their voices on there, and maybe they're on there, I'm not even sure, I must go check. But yeah, there's such a hunger for creating tech, creating cool games. And the fact that you guys are trying to highlight that, it's very exciting. It's very exciting for the industry.
That's the whole point of Ayoba. We like to say it's a very boring word, but a very important one, hyperlocal.
Yes.
We like to say that it's hyperlocal. So it's not just territorial, it's regional, it's content. We've just launched our very first channels in Hausa and Yoruba for Nigerian users.
Yeah.
We have sports in Zulu. We have, it's very important to speak to people where their hearts are. And I think we've seen that with some regional games as well. It's really, really interesting, to be more specific to your audience.
And the hyperlocal is so true. I mean, every developer that I've spoken here has told me that the attendees at rAge are so hungry for localized content, not just games, any other content. We want to know that we're consuming these cool things made by people around us.
Yeah. I was at Africa Games Week last week.
Yes.
And we met all the small studios, the bigger studios, and common to all of them is the issue of funding. It's the issue of how do you sustain what is a very sophisticated operation.
Yeah.
And it's amazing how so many people are doing talent development, bringing in young developers, teaching them, training them, building the industry. And every single one of us can help build that industry by playing those games. That's what we can do. And it's not a small thing that we can do.
Yeah.
So, just building that community and being a part of that community is just such an uplifting, but brings you down to earth with a very real bump when you look at the problems these guys face.
But the fact that technology, with a single notebook, you can potentially sustain yourself, you can teach yourself a lot of things. I think a lot of people that we engage with also in the gaming space in South Africa are self-taught, whether it's developer or, a writer or a video creator, or because we have all the tools available to us to be able to just do something. And that doesn't always work. Not everybody can be a top content creator or a top video producer or top esports gamer, right? But the fact that you can try.
That's quite interesting, like in terms of what people are doing to build our infrastructure. So I actually got invited to a Call of Duty party. That was a fascinating situation because the company that's brought it to Africa, so they've launched Call of Duty on mobile and set up the first servers in Africa for Activision.
Yeah.
And even that, although it's a foreign investment, is still going to help build our African gaming community because it's bringing in expertise, knowledge, infrastructure. So there's so many different ways to participate, So it's been a fascinating journey, and it's such a privilege to be able to bring this to people through the vehicle of Ayoba.
And I'm so looking forward with what the potential is going into the new year with all the other things we can unlock, because the platform is like the bare bones of awesomeness, right?
Yes.
We just actually, and again, to show you or to explain to you guys just how easy it is, we actually did an app. So we launched a little app, which is a version of our website that we can stream through.
And it's zero rated for all
and it's zero
MTN
rated.
customers.
So essentially somebody's just going on the app, on the Ayoba app, they go to the app section, finding the NAG app, and it's like an embedded version of our site. So we can do anything with it. So from content creators, we can live stream to that. We can push our articles to it. Maybe we can do Q&As with the readers, Let us know what you think. That constant feedback of the community helps us grow and be better and also produce better content for them.
Yeah, so we like to say that the micro app section in the app is our developer ecosystem. So as much as we're trying to uplift and be a part of the gaming community, we're trying also to work with small businesses and build a developer ecosystem and help small businesses go digital in exactly the process that you've just mentioned and get to a bigger traffic. So that's quite a new venture for us. That's something that we've also quite focused on. So there's a lot going on.
So for anybody who wants to engage with Ayoba, not just on a consumer level, but maybe have a channel, have a micro app, what is the process for them to get on board Ayoba?
I'd say the process starts with check the app out and have a look what's there. And the app is quite transparent. We have user numbers, likes, all those kind of things. So you can see for yourself.
It's awesome. I love that about it.
What people are enjoying. And then you can drop us a message. We have the marketing emails on marketing@ayoba.me, or you can just go to our website, ayoba.me. And one way or another, if you just drop us a mail, you'll get to us. So we encourage everyone to reach out and pitch your idea. We'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I think that's how you grow cool content, because there's a lot of people who's got amazing voices and stories to tell. And I think we obviously focusing on the tech and gaming, but if I scroll through some of the channels there, man, there's some amazing stuff. And we're not talking about, it doesn't have to be, this is not SABC production, DSTV production. We want, it's about real stories, real content, and that's what people want.
Exactly. It doesn't have to be super shiny and super polished, exactly as you're saying, because actually we find that people really relate to the real.
Yeah.
They like things that are relatable and they have a bit of street cred maybe. So it doesn't have to be super shiny and polished at all.
Has this whole journey on the gaming side made you look at gaming differently, made you maybe want to become a gamer?
Well, listen, I live in a gaming household.
All right.
So I'm not a huge gamer myself, but it's in my everyday life because I live in it and I work with it. So, but I must say, it does give you a new appreciation of the loyalty of the gaming community and the commitment and the sophisticated technology and the development it's an incredible operation, the gaming community.
The gaming is my favorite thing, and rAge is the culmination of that, in my opinion, in South Africa, where everybody networks, get together. I've met so many people that I've spoken to over the years, face to face. Every year at rAge, there's new people that we've spoken with. Oh, I met you face to face for the first time.
That's true.
And everybody is always so welcome, open and welcome with information and ideas and collaborations. It's a phenomenal space to be. So if you can't be here, you are missing out.
And I think one of the spin-offs that's close to my heart is, of course, music.
Oh,
Gaming is the new
yes.
way to discover music. We've seen that with
Yes.
Fortnite, with so many, and it's time for African games to do that for African music, or vice versa.
Yes.
You know, there's such a strong connection there, and there's such a love of music in the gaming community. And I think there's a huge opportunity coming there for our African artists.
You're right. Actually, I haven't had this conversation yet, which is very interesting. I think that's worth exploring. Maybe we should do something about it next year and kind of
No problem.
get some gamers together with that skills and see what opportunities there are for them.
It's definitely the new music discovery. You know, it was TikTok
Yeah.
for a minute there.
Yes.
And now it's all the games platforms are, you know, exposing a lot of music and actually helping to monetize music.
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean, the amount of times I've listened to game music and Shazammed it, and then, you download the song. Amazing stuff. Gillian, thank you so much for your
Thank
time.
you so much.
It was awesome to meet you face to face at rAge. And yeah, I look forward to next year and onward to bigger and better things.
And thank you so much for your contribution and your channel and your mic rap and all the things you share with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Gillian. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to be. Oh, what's wrong? Yeah, there's something not so like here. Check, check, mic check. 1, 2. Can you guys hear me? Welcome, everybody. We're doing another interview right now. This time with Samsung. We're checking out the new Freestyle projector that's been making quite a lot of waves here at the stand. Everybody's liking this toy.
I love
So-
to hear that.
Are you ready for us?
The real question is, are you ready for me?
Can you give me a mic check, please?
Mic check. 1, 2,
Why is
1,
that
2.
not coming? Oh, that is very strange. Sorry, guys, we'll be with you now.
Right.
Do it again, please.
Mic check.
There we go.
1, 2,
Sorry.
1, 2.
All right. Please introduce yourself.
All right. Hi. My name is
What an
Fozia.
intro. Fozia.
Fozia. You got that right. You just have to let it roll off your tongue.
Yeah. Oh, yes, yes. And what do you do at Samsung?
So I'm creative marketing manager for the Future Generation Lab, which
Mhm.
is Samsung's new exploratory marketing division.
Yeah.
So we're aimed at connecting Samsung to the new generation of the African consumer.
All right.
Big
All
job.
right. Yes, yes. Oh, that's massive. But it sounds like a fun job too.
Totally. I can enjoy what I do. And I get to work with techies.
And you get to play with some new toys.
Always.
Just want to move that a little bit closer. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So
Got it.
we've been featuring this beautiful little device over the last 2 days. And,
Freestyle.
oh man, what can we say about this that's not been said before that makes this thing awesome? For anybody that doesn't know what this is, please give us a quick introduction.
All right. This is the Freestyle, dun, 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 which is Samsung's portable projector. I live for the Freestyle. Actually, right now, it is my best companion for load shedding because, you know, being a South African, we are faced with that. And you've got that at the bottom there, which is our battery pack.
Yeah.
Right. This is one of the accessories that come with it, obviously purchased separately. And that's been helping me get through stage 100 or whatever stage we are on of load shedding lately.
All right, yes. And I mean, the first time I tried this, I thought, how is the best way for me to experience a freestyle?
Mm.
Obviously, you can plug it in, watch it on your, plug it in at home, watch it and against a wall. But I
Yes.
wanted to go a little bit more exotic. So I put a sheet up in the garden,
Oh,
white sheet, put it up against some trees
in the garden.
in the garden.
Love it.
This thing was propped up in front on the ground. I mean, obviously there was a battery in there, so I didn't need to get an extension cord in there. Wi-Fi from my phone.
Yeah.
And we had the best time watching movies. I mean, wow.
I love that. I guess that's the thing about the Freestyle, right? That it's like portable joy anywhere.
Yeah.
I love your scenario because I actually haven't tried that out garden. Never thought about
Like
it.
a little under the stars movie watching was phenomenal. I mean, this thing,
Beautiful.
what impressed me the most, apart from the picture quality, because that is quite good,
Excellent.
auto keystone and autofocus as you move it around. So I was looking for the best spot and it just
Yes.
focused itself. But the speaker in the back, I thought I needed the Bluetooth speaker to be able to
No.
get some decent audio.
Listen, you got it already. Like it, especially if you want to just play music and put on your ambient mode.
Yes.
That's what I like to do the most. And when I first played it, I was like, oh, okay, no need to connect the Bluetooth speaker. We got it right
It's a
here.
speaker in its own right. I mean,
Yeah.
what
Great
was
quality.
what was Samsung's idea for this? Was it to create like a all-in-one media display device?
I think so. I guess obviously it's not a TV, but it would
Yes.
be like the substitute for the TV that is portable and you can just enjoy anywhere. Like with you in the case of the
Yes,
garden.
yes,
We
yes.
just want you to, have your own fun Patreon scenario, be able to take it anywhere and enjoy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, the battery is obviously an optional extra, but I think it should be a compulsory purchase. You should actually have a kit, to be honest with you.
Think right.
Because the thing unlocks its full potential once you have that battery. I mean, we're demoing this thing around today, not having to plug it in. If you go traveling, obviously running on
Yes.
battery. And you can also charge your phone from this thing.
Yes, all in one.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
Charge it. So obviously the battery pack is the added extra here. But that's not the only thing that really comes with it. If you want to play around, you can also add some skins. Told you.
Yes,
add
the
some
accessories
skins.
you can get for this. There's a case and some
And a
colored skins.
case.
Yes, yes.
Sounds like you're already all read up on this.
I am the #1 fan of this device. At the
I was
moment.
about to ask you.
Yeah, me and Len, we both, because he's also like, maybe should he buy one or not? Because so he's going to test it next week,
Okay.
and he'll give us his feedback. But I haven't met anybody that hasn't been blown away by the technology of this thing because it's so small. I mean, we're used to big projectors.
Yes.
That is bulky to set up. You need a computer to set up a normal projector, but this thing has got smart functionality built in, like a smart TV.
You're ready to go with this one. I guess that's also my favorite part because I like the projector vibe, right?
Yes.
But then the portability always gets to me because I'm like, okay, now I can't really carry my projector, right? Sometimes maybe I'm trying to do a little situation in my bedroom,
Yes.
have project to the ceiling, and then maybe I want to turn around and project to the side, and it really gives me that variety. And
Oh, yes.
it's been amazing to test around. So I'm interested to see what Len is going to say after he reviews it. I hope he's fan number 2.
Oh, yeah. No, I think he's going to buy one before I get one. That's for sure.
Yes, no, freestyle. I'm here for it. Obviously, as mentioned, this is my load shedding buddy these days. Because I'm not sure if we're on load shedding stage number 100 yet, but this is what has been getting me through it. Like, you've got about 2 to 3 hours of battery life if you put in this battery case,
Oh, I love
and
it.
it's really been helping me out. Getting through.
Phenomenal. Now, where can somebody get something like this? Because you're going to want one.
I looked at you. I love that you want one. This is available on Samsung's e-store for 12,999.
Oh, yeah.
But then also you can check out our participating retailers because they're also going to hook it up.
And what is the price?
12,999 on the e-store.
12,999 on the e-store. And the accessories, I mean, what do they range in terms of price?
For the battery pack, you're looking at about $1,500. And then the skins, I'll have to check out and verify for you. But why don't you just go on the journey?
Go check out all the accessories on the website. I think it'll answer your questions. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. And yeah, thanks for letting us play with this thing.
For
It's
sure.
going to be hard to give it back. So yeah.
Okay, you know what? I'm not going to hold that against you.
Yeah, I know. We'll make sure between Len and I, he'll have one. I'll share his.
That's what's up.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, and
No problem.
awesome to see you guys. And have a lekker last day.
You too. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Cheers.
Shout out.
Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. Let me just switch the screens. Another interview time. And this time with me is a gentleman I met about, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago.
And you came into my life at the right time, sir, because I was, at that point, looking for a solution to make my notebook run more efficiently. The solution I'm talking about is decent thermal paste, because I could go and take a lot, you look for what's there, get some cheapies, you don't know what to paste, it should be good, right? And then you schooled me on all the important bits about what makes something like Thermal Grizzly, that premium product that really lets it do the job better to dissipate heat from your components. Welcome to the stream. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, so my name is Mohamed. My name is Mohamed. I'm the owner of Thermal Grizzly South Africa. We actually import Thermal Grizzly from Germany directly.
So we're just getting the microphone right here. So you import it directly from Germany, yeah?
Yeah, and we're trying to educate people at rAge today and the past few days on the differences between your conventional thermal paste versus ours and why it's better to use something like ours over another product out there.
So Thermal Grizzly has been around for a while. It's got rave reviews online, and that's where I first kind of heard about it. I mean, I wasn't really educated on the product itself, but I kind of heard rumors of this beautiful thermal paste that really does a great job. What is it about Thermal Grizzly that sets it apart from everybody else?
Well, Thermal Grizzly was designed by De Bauer in Germany. So he's the world's best overclocker out there.
Yeah.
And he was obviously looking for a cooling solution that would work for his needs.
Yeah.
And he came about with the different types of thermal paste. He came up with Cryonaut, which is designed for sub-zero temperatures.
Just talk a little bit more into the mic, thank you.
Okay, so he came up with Cryonaut, which is designed for sub-zero temperatures, so liquid nitrogen.
Yeah.
And he does the liquid metal thing as well.
Oh, yes. I'm very curious about that, but we'll get to that just now.
Yes, sir.
And, I mean, there was obviously a need, because it's we don't often talk about thermal paste as like this branded thing that we need. It usually just comes with a motherboard or a heatsink, and you just swap it on, and there we go. And then you think everything just works fine. But the performance difference in terms of the amount of heat that this can transfer, or these performance pastes can transfer, I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, exactly. So like if you go with your other brands out there, you will get a drop in temperatures. But when you go with ours, you see a 10 to 15 degree drop in temperature. And that's like instant, and it lasts and all that. And then we're not even talking about liquid metal. We're just talking about your standard paste in our range.
Yes. No, we're going to get to liquid metal now, because that is fantastic and dangerous stuff. What do you have in your range? I mean, is it just one product you have, or is there multiple products for multiple applications?
Okay, so we have the thermal paste. We have them in about 4 or 5 different, what I would say, strengths in a sense, right?
Okay, strength, okay.
Higher thermal conductivity, lower thermal conductivity. And then we have what you call your thermal pads that go onto your VRM chips for your graphics cards, for your SSDs, things like that. And our Thermal Grizzly also does accessories as far as PCI risers, SSD coolers, and they started now with modifying your motherboard to make your chip run cooler as well. So with like contact frames and things like that as well.
Oh, yes. And that's something that's also very useful for liquid metal application, right? Is that the same product that you're talking about?
No. That is not for the liquid metal application. That is just so that it can make better contact, because like with your newer motherboards, the design of the board doesn't allow your cooler to sit properly on it.
So it's a bracket.
So they've made a bracket that actually fits and makes better contact, and that also drops like your 12th and 13th gen CPUs by another 10 degrees or so.
Oh, wow. Now, as somebody, so I've got a notebook or desktop computer. Where does my journey start with trying to understand what thermal paste I should be going for?
Okay, so when you're dealing with like a laptop versus a general computer, a laptop is something you don't want to keep opening up. So you're looking for a thermal paste that's going to last you a long time, but also give you maximum efficiency and cooling. And that's where our Hydronaut product comes in, because that will last you a good few years. It's not going to dry up so easily. And yeah, you won't have to open up your laptop so often.
I mean, that's interesting that you say that. I never knew that thermal paste has actually got a lifespan in terms of when it needs to be replaced. So are you saying most thermal paste need to be replaced after a few years of use?
Most thermal paste, you would actually generally change it after about a year.
Really?
The ones that come standard on your graphics card, yeah, most people let it go for like 4 or 5 years. That's not ideal. You'll start noticing temperature increases, lack in performance when you're playing games, when you're doing your work. So
Interesting.
it's better to put something that's going to last you longer.
No, you meant CPU, not graphics card, right? But there is graphics card solutions.
No.
Oh, did you mean
I
GPU?
mean GPUs, yes.
So even on your GPUs, you need to replace thermal paste.
Yeah, well, the standard one that comes with, like I said, will last you about 2 or 3 years. That's why they give you the 2-3 year warranty on it. After that, it's already starting to go dry.
Interesting. Now, not everybody is versed or well equipped to do this type of job, right? Are there services out there that allows or that helps you to replace your thermal paste?
Yeah, well, most companies can do computer thermal paste change, and laptops they will do for you. When it comes to a graphics card, most companies do not want to open up your graphics card because it will void your warranty. There's a chance of ripping the thermal pads, and then it's more cost, but they've already quoted you, so they won't do it.
Yes.
At Thermal Grizzly SA ourselves, we offer that service where we will open up your graphics card and change your pads for you.
Oh, wow, that's interesting. Okay, and what does something like that cost, roughly?
Well, the labor of it is about 300 Rand.
Okay.
And then it all depends on what we have to do as far as pads and that go.
Oh, that's interesting to know. That will make life a lot easier for a lot of people. Now, the one thing that I was curious about, and the reason why I was excited to meet you 2 weeks ago at the rAge Expo exhibitors briefing, was because I was looking to just cool down my notebook a bit. I've got the most amazing MSI notebook, but as we know, notebooks generally run warm, run hot, and that's just part of their spec. I mean, it works. It's not a problem. But if I use some of the right conductive material, I could drop the temperature. And I was blown away that you told me that I could probably get 10-degree drop in temperature.
Yes, exactly.
That's
That's
insane.
And then, like I said, for your application, when it comes to a laptop, you would go not with the one that everyone talks about on the internet, which is the Cryonaut. You'd go with Hydronaut because it'll last you longer. Or like I explained to you when we spoke at the debriefings, there's actually a carbon fiber pad that we do keep as well. And that is something that's supposed to last forever and never run out and never need replacing. So it's costly initially, but it saves you in the long run. And when it comes to something like a laptop and you don't have to ever open it, that is something that a lot of people look at.
Now, let's chat about those golden words, liquid metal. It's such a cool concept. It's basically it's liquid metal.
It's like liquid
that's
metal.
designed for just to produce it. To make sure that there's zero gaps, zero air. It's like when you take the face off your CPU. When you just put it on the die direct. It's basically the best version of cooling that you can do without putting a fan on it.
Because it's metal.
Yes.
Obviously, it's not some thermal compound or paste or silicone or whatever it is. It's actual metal, and metal cools better. But now, your standard metal that is a part of your heatsink and that doesn't fill all the gaps, whereas the liquid metal fills those gaps up for you.
No, but you also said it's quite dangerous.
It is dangerous.
Not dangerous. It's just if you don't apply it properly, because it is a liquid metal. If it touches your motherboard, right, you're gonna have problems.
You're gonna have problems. There are workarounds to that. Thermal Grizzly does supply something called Thermal Grizzly Shield, which you paint on your motherboard so that if it spills over there, it will not make any contact with your components. That is the one way of doing it. The other way is people use these foam fillers that absorb it.
Okay.
But honestly, if you know how to apply it, you don't need any of that. You can do it. It takes a bit of practice.
I guess it's the same as building a PC, right? There's some people that can do it and happy with doing it, and others that don't want to assemble a PC. Just take one apart and change the graphics card. So I think if you're not shy to do those things, I mean, it should be something one can do. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Like, I mean, when we all started building a PC, our biggest issue was we're going to bend those pins on that motherboard or on that CPU. And many of us have done it. It's the same with the liquid metal. Trial and error, and then you get it right, and then you know how to do it. The other part about the liquid metal that you do need to know, it will eat away at weaker metals, so like aluminium. If your cooler is aluminium, please do not use liquid metal. It's going to eat that cooler away.
That's a huge point. That's an important point, and good insight. what other products do you guys have that's quite interesting? You said the pads. I also found those quite. So, how do you choose what to go for based on your computer? Is it custom fit for Intel, AMD, certain motherboards?
So with the carbonate pads, yes, you get them insiders for Intel and AMD, and you get the one that we do stock in SA. Is the one that's for your NVIDIA graphics cards.
Yep.
So you can put them in there. And then we also do the one for the Threadripper AMD CPUs for those servers and things like that as well.
Okay, interesting.
We do them. But yeah, they are busy manufacturing different ones for newer CPUs and that.
And what is your plan with the brand in South Africa? You're going to have the entire range here? Are you selecting what you want to bring in at first?
No, I've already brought in the entire range. Anything new that comes out has to come to South Africa.
Okay.
No matter how slowly it gets here, because we are unfortunately not that privileged to get first option.
Yeah.
But everything does make its way here. I do not want to have a product of Thermal Grizzly that's not in South Africa.
Awesome. I love to hear that because I hate seeing something online in another country and I can't buy it here, but I can get the other stuff. So thank you for that.
And then as part of Thermal Grizzly's range, they also do the Bauer products because it's his stuff. So like overclocking tools and that he would use to peel it and things like that.
Oh, interesting. You also bring that in?
I've brought a few of them in. There isn't much of an interest, but I want to speak to them and see what is like the more popular of it to come in.
Yes.
Obviously, I can't bring all these tools in. It's a big variety.
Logistically, it's a big outlay to do, right?
Yes.
Now, what are you guys doing at rAge? Are you showcasing your product? I mean, is this kind of a launch for you in some way?
Not really a launch. I mean, Thermal Grizzly is well known by the people that know it. Unfortunately, even those people that know it do not understand which is the best application to use it on. And that's what I'm doing here. People come up to me, I explain the best usage for each one and why they should do this one over the other one. And then the rest of it is we want to try to get it in more stores so it's more easily accessible to everybody out there.
Yes, yes.
That is our main focus of coming to rAge.
All right, so we can expect to see more of that, more of the product in stores. It's easily accessible. Up until then, where can people buy it from?
Well, they can buy it off our website, which is www.thermal-grizzly.co.za. And on our website, we do have links to other stores that stock from us.
Nice. Now, we are on day 3 of rAge, coming to a slow close. I don't want it to end too quickly because, man, I'm having fun. I'm sure you are too.
I'm having a lot of fun.
I mean, the community is just so amazing. But I believe you are giving back a bit to the community. You guys have something interesting running on your stand.
Yeah, so we had a competition running for the past few weeks where any person who purchased over a certain amount was automatically entered into a draw. And today at about 3 o'clock, we will be revealing the names of those winners. There are 5 prizes to give away.
Nice.
And our main prize is an AOC 27-inch gaming monitor sponsored by Holland Tech in Cape Town.
Oh, fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Holland Tech and I have been collaborating with Thermal Grizzly for years now. They are basically our Cape Town distribution point for Thermal Grizzly.
Okay, nice. That's amazing, man. That seems like a phenomenal prize. And I'm sure the winner is going to be one happy camper.
I'm sure as well.
So what else can we, we definitely need to chat some more next year. I think one of the things is the biggest need for me is understanding more about different pastes. Obviously talking about, what do you apply when? What is your choice for going with this product? Why do you choose this product over that product?
Yes, that is something we can get more into detail later on. Obviously, there's no time for that right now.
No, it's not. Yeah.
But what I will say to the people out there listening is that the best all-rounder is the Hydronaut paste. That is your best all-rounder. It is working on almost anything. It can work on almost anything with size.
So versatility.
Yes, the versatility is there. The thermal conductivity is 11.8.
Wow.
Versus most other brands that don't even make it to 10.
Yeah, that's quite high.
So this is already 11.8. Our 1 gram tube, which is our smallest in that, comes in at 180 Rand. And you can do 2 or 3 applications with it.
That's not bad. One of the things I actually had to buy some cheap thermal paste because I didn't know what was out there. It was either like 100 bucks or like 500 bucks. Now, when we test machines, we obviously use this stuff quite often. So it's not always necessary to worry too much about heat and that kind of thing because the margins are so small for those things. But for my own machines, I've already got Neo to commit. He's going to help me put liquid metal on my notebook.
Awesome.
We'll definitely do some video or something about it because I think it's something that more people would want to do if they understand the process a bit better.
Exactly.
Because
Yes.
you're unlocking so much. If you can cool your machine a bit, just without having any additional technology, you know, you don't have to put another fan in or a special device to kind of cool things down or water cooling for that matter. I'm looking forward to that and seeing how that works.
The other thing you mentioned when you're testing rigs, so that's where those carbonate pads come in actually.
Okay.
With a carbonate pad, it is reusable. So like a lot of testing centers in it will buy one pad and then for the next 2-3 years, whatever it is, they never have to use paste again when they test machines.
I think I just found a solution. Thank you. Wow. Okay. And how much do those pads cost generally, like, roughly speaking?
Let's work on the ones for CPUs. They're about 320 Rand to 350 somewhere there. 320 being an Intel one and 350 being for AMD.
That's really not bad. If I consider what decent thermal paste costs, 120 Rand maybe, you know, if you can get some mainstream stuff.
Yes. And that's
not a bad
when it comes to repair centers and places like that, how much space are you actually using on a daily basis? One pad saves you the entire day's worth of space, basically.
And also, I mean, especially for, I guess, newbies in this industry, it's so easy to over or under, you know, create that little ball, you know, because I still doubt myself when I put a piece together. Like, is this enough? Is it not? Then afterwards I check and I just missed a corner there. It shouldn't miss a corner, right?
You know, that's the thing. And that's something I would actually like to hit on today, right? Since I am here.
Yes.
Everybody asks me what's the best way to apply thermal paste. And everyone talks about a pea-size drop in the
that's
center.
what I also heard.
Everybody talks about that. But look at any thermal paste manufacturer out there. They give you a spreader. Why do they give you a spreader if the easiest is to put a drop on it?
And I don't like the idea of spreading it around too. I mean, this feels like you're introducing.
But I mean, you don't like the idea, but all the manufacturers actually do that. They give you a spreader. They're trying to tell you spread it around.
And is that definitely the better way to do it?
Well, that's the way I've been doing it for years. Since I was a kid, I've been spreading the paste. I don't do the drop in a center and even smooth spread. And anything that's a little bit not spread will press out the way it's supposed to be.
Okay. That's a very. I've never even thought of that. Honestly, I mean, I see the spreaders in there, but to me, it's just like a gimmick, right? It's just a branded little card that they're giving you.
No, I mean, if you look at Thermal Grizzly as well, what they're doing now, they give you a head that has a spreader attached to it. So all you do is push on it and it automatically spreads as you pull it across.
That's pretty cool.
So they're moving away from the traditional drop in the center and they're trying to tell you spread the paste on there.
But you're still dealing with the fact that those aren't high conductivity necessarily, and they are not as good as what they should be. I mean, especially if you're building a new machine, right? It's like putting cheap tires in a good car. Not something you should be doing. Rather match it up so you get the best performance. I don't know. It's going to last on.
People don't realize that the thing that's supposed to keep your computer cool is your cooler one thing. But if you're lacking in your pace, then your cooler's not doing its job properly.
Yeah. True that. What are some of the craziest things you've seen people do with thermal paste? I'm sure you must have heard all the stories where somebody's trying to upgrade their machine, heatsink paste everywhere. I've seen heatsink paste on the pins.
On the pins themselves, yes, sir. Now, I think the craziest one to date is still the toothpaste on the CPU because you don't have anything else.
Toothpaste?
Yeah, it's the craziest thing. I did it back in the day myself on cheaper computers, but I would not do it in today's time. Even back then, it was a stupid thing to do.
Well, at least your CPUs won't get cavities then. I mean, maybe it's
your computer smells minty fresh, right?
Minty, especially with that fan going. Maybe there's a new market there for Thermal Grizzlies. Scented thermal paste.
Yeah.
Cookies and cream, man, or baked biscuits.
Idea, right?
Yes, dude. There's a new $1 million idea right there. Look, it was awesome chatting to you again, and it's not going to be the last time. We're definitely going to. I've got some plans for next year. We're going to be doing some cool content around, you know, the art of, you know, heatsink paste and what you can do and what is out there.
Yes, definitely.
Anything closing you want to say to the fans out there and where to find you?
Well, we are in Pretoria, but I would tell the fans, come and visit us at the stand today. There's still a few hours left.
Okay, perfect.
I can give them some good advice on what to do in that still.
Perfect.
And I mean, we're running discounts on all our products till the end of today.
Nice. Okay, cool. We'll send everybody your way. I'll come pop around later as well and check it out. And thanks so much for your time. I look forward to our chats again next year and really dig deep into the demystifying of the thermal paste.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, I love doing these interviews, and today is action-packed. Thanks to everybody for watching. Michael, thank you for all your comments and feedback. Really, really appreciate it. And thanks for checking out the Ayoba games. Yes, Game Explorer's on there, definitely worth checking out. It's the other things we do. With me now, you won't hear me because you're not putting on your... Please put in your headphones, sir.
How's it going?
Good, and you?
Fantastic.
So you were forced on me as an interview today. No, I was joking. We've been actually speaking about chatting to you because you have a really cool, what do I call it, setup?
Yeah.
Concept, business. Please introduce yourself before we get into that.
All right, hey guys, you're speaking to Chris. I'm from Airsoft City. So
Airsoft, and Airsoft is the new paintball.
a different version of, yes.
I didn't mean to insult anybody there, but for me it was paintball for many years. Now everybody's raving about Airsoft.
Yeah, the
And I
guys
can understand why.
yeah, the guys are moving over because you can get, I guess, better fields in a sense of like the gaming maps.
Yeah.
Once you start doing that with paintball, everything gets dirty and you lose.
Maintenance is required. Yeah, there's
too
a lot
much.
more. Yeah,
Too much. Whereas the airsoft is a lot cheaper and I guess more fun, more realistic.
Yes,
That's what we're going
yes.
for.
And you guys have a very nice stand with some very cool things.
Yeah.
At rAge this year. What are you doing at rAge?
So this year we've got an interactive shooting tunnel. So you guys can come and shoot the guns. We've got some pop-up targets,
Nice.
scoreboard. There's a timer. Can tell you your hits and miss to see.
Ooh.
Yeah, I mean you might be good online, but are you good in real life?
Now there's a challenge.
That's
Now,
the challenge.
and that's a nice bridge to gap, I think, because we all play first-person shooters or love playing first-person shooters, right? Now you can kind of have a real-world version of that. But you
Yes.
guys went a step further
So
with your maps.
yes, we went a huge step forward. So we are the only field in South Africa
Yep.
that has got gaming maps. So we've
Ooh.
got Call of Duty Speedball.
Yeah.
All right. I'd like to say a 1-to-1 replica, but obviously things in South Africa are a little bit more expensive. So we don't have the containers, but we've built stuff that looks like containers.
Nice.
So we've got it as close as possible. We also have a portion of Call of Duty firing range.
Okay.
All right. Again, in the game, some of the buildings aren't playable inside. We've obviously made ours playable inside. So it's a little bit more action, a little bit more fun.
Yes. But for somebody who knows those maps in the game, will feel right at home.
100%.
That's amazing, man.
And then our third one is Counter-Strike Vietnam.
Ooh.
So we built that one with the decks, so you can get on top of the decks and play and shoot from there. And the only thing I guess that would be different is you can't jump off of anything as you would in the
Where's
game.
the point in that? I mean, because it's real life, right?
Because it's
There's
real
no-
life. Yes. Yeah, people will actually hear you crying.
Yeah, they'll
if you
hear
hurt
your
yourself.
bones crack. Yes. So I guess there's still some good for games. You know, there's still some purpose for games.
Correct.
We don't all have to rush out and do the real thing.
So yeah, like I said earlier, with the challenge with the shooting tunnel is again, you're good in the game, but can you actually do it in real life? So that's what we're trying to or trying to put out there and trying to get I guess also get the gamers involved in lack of a better word, some outdoor activities to come and try it. Again, you're good sitting at home in your chair, but come outside and let's try it. You might not be as good as you think, or you might end up being better.
And that's, you don't know, right? You don't know. I think it's one of those things we spoke about. We definitely want to set up some NAG event next year and get some people out there and let's have fun. Let's maybe play the game and then go and do something
and
cool.
go and try it. Yeah, go try some RL and all that.
That'll be amazing. That'll be amazing. What games do you enjoy? You're a gamer. What games do you enjoy playing? Or are you more of the real world?
I'm the real world guy. Yeah,
so you don't mess around with the digital stuff too much.
No, I'm probably the least technical savvy guy out there. My son is 6 years old. He knows more about any of this than I do, to be honest.
So he's the gamer in the family.
He's the gamer. So again, at our other facility, Paintball City, we actually built a Minecraft themed field. So we built everything. Everything's painted with the pixels. And to get the professional, my 6-year-old, to come in and tell us the names and tell us the shapes and what colors what. And he actually designed our field for us as to where things need to go. So obviously, I mean, he plays Minecraft day in and day out. So he actually is 6 years old. He designed our whole course and he built.
So he's the creative consultant, the gaming consultant, to make sure everything
Yeah.
is on spec.
Yeah, he did real life Minecraft for us, and so we offer that. That's gel ball. That's offered from 3 years old upwards.
Wow, gel ball.
Gel ball.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So where can people find out more about this? Because my mind is still blown by the map situation. I want to go check this out. Where can people
All right,
find you?
so you can follow us Facebook, Instagram, and obviously our website, airsofttcity.co.za. And then if you're into the paintball side of things and the Minecraft for adults or kids, that is at paintballcity.co.za or Paintball City SA on Facebook and Instagram.
And then keep an eye on NAG. We are definitely going to be doing an event next year.
Fantastic.
Without a doubt, get some readers together and let's just have some fun.
We're looking forward to it. Len thinks he knows a thing or two about paintball and airsoft and apparently gaming.
Yeah, he thinks he's quite good at sim racing too, but I've heard contrary things.
Yes.
So let's put that to the test. I think, I want to play an opposite team to Len. We'll
Me
take
too.
him out hard. Thank you so much for your
Awesome.
time, man. I appreciate it. And
Guys,
we'll
thank
chat
you.
again soon.
Awesome. Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thanks,
it,
guys.
sir.
Cheers.
And I think you, sir, are the youngest interviewee we've had today. And I don't think I've ever met a kid at rAge who's got his own product that he's announcing to the world or that he's introducing to us here. Welcome and please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Khan. I am 12 years old. Yeah, I've got a stage at rAge.
And what do you do? What did you build?
Well, we built a pair of, we didn't build it, we sourced a pair of AR glasses.
Yeah.
And I came up with the idea a few years ago. Yeah.
And then what are you showcasing? So the hardware is obviously hardware, built hardware, but what are you introducing to it? What is the layer that you are putting over it?
I mean, AR is a really like new technology,
Yeah,
and these pair of glasses can project like a 172-inch display like right in front of you. But I think there's a lot of elements in it that is the lag, I guess.
So what was the idea for you when you came up with this idea? What did you want it to do with this product?
Well, I mean, I first came up with the idea because I wanted a pair for myself.
Yeah.
But then I asked everyone around me, and I couldn't find any. So then I just thought I should make one myself.
So you actually made this product?
No, not made it.
Oh,
like,
okay, but
sourced it,
you want to get it. So so your business is selling this product, right? Do you have any custom software over it?
No.
So it's just selling the product. So what does the product do? If I get one of these, what can I expect to experience?
So basically, you plug it into your device, and it will project whatever is on there from this massive 172-inch display. And I think that's roughly 4.3 meters.
Yes, that's amazing.
The sound goes directly into your eardrums, so only you can hear it.
All right, yes.
And there's also brightness and volume controls on the sides. And yes, you can basically watch movies, play video games. You can basically do whatever just on this massive screen. So you could have multiple windows open. So
So without needing a massive TV that's probably going to cost you like 80,000 Rand, this will solve that problem and give you that effect of a big screen TV. That's amazing, man.
Yeah.
Do you play games on it?
Yeah, I do.
Is that your main purpose for getting this? Was that the reason behind it? Gaming.
No, I don't play many games on it.
Oh, don't you? Oh, okay.
No, because I play games on it, but not as much as I normally would.
All right. So what games do you enjoy playing?
I enjoy playing Apex Legends.
Oh, yes,
on this side. Trying to think. I enjoy playing Spider-Man. You know the new Spider-Man game.
Yes. Miles Morales. Yeah, that's a beautiful game. What have you got a PlayStation 5? I assume.
Yeah.
Nice. So, who do you recommend this for? Anybody that just wants a big screen? Is it for gamers specifically, or movie watchers, or?
I think it's for anyone who enjoys having that like massive screen content. You know, like people who enjoy watching movies, people who enjoy playing games.
Yeah.
Also, it could be people who work because then you can do your work on this massive screen. You can basically do anything on the massive.
I love the idea. I mean, basically, you can sit on your couch. Your people around you can watch what they want to watch, and you have your own little world.
Yeah.
With the biggest screen you can possibly imagine. That is so awesome. Can we have a look at the product?
Yeah, sure.
Can you show me? We'll talk you through it. So there's a nice little box. Yeah, you can go for it. So this is what the products look like. A nice set of advanced looking specs. And what do you need to run this? A computer? Or an iPad?
Like, you don't need an iPad. It plugs into your phone as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
that is cool.
Plugs into your PC,
your
phone, your iPad. Like, it plugs into pretty much everything.
Yeah.
And it connects via USB-C cable.
Okay.
But there's also like a connector, like an adapter for the iPhone and other stuff.
Oh, so it can actually work with most things. All right. So you're setting it up now, eh?
Yeah. It is set up if you want to try it.
Okay, so I just changed. I'm going to take my headphones off now, so I won't be able to hear you, but let's try this.
Okay.
Oh, pause. Right, I've got immediately I can see this massive screen in front of me. That is amazing.
Yeah.
So is this the maximum size that it can go? Is this a maximum size?
The cable with what? Sorry. I believe it can go bigger. It's just, I think it's just the environment that we're in.
All right, so I just wanted to put my headphones on so I can hear you. Yep. All right, so I can see essentially the replication of the screen, right?
Yeah.
And do I need a specific brightness in a room for this to work, or does it work outside, indoors, everywhere?
Works out everywhere. And you've actually got the visor on.
All right.
And it is a magnetic visor if you want to take it off. And the visor just lets you basically remove the background so you can see it more clearly. Oh,
This is the visor, right?
yeah, correct.
Does it just clip on with magnets?
Yeah. And there are also controls on the side for brightness and volume.
I'm just showing these guys what this looks
Yeah.
like.
And if you can see on the sides, there's a control for brightness and a control for volume. Show that.
All right, yes. So, I mean, these are proper smart glasses, right? There's just projection capabilities.
Yeah.
You can listen to music and, watch YouTube videos and do anything. You can also just listen to music and just look out ahead of you like you would normally use a pair of glasses, right?
Yeah, and it beats load shedding.
Oh, that's a great use for it. Yes.
Your TV isn't working, so then, pop these on, connecting to your device, and boom, you've got something even bigger than your TV.
That is amazing. And battery life on this thing?
It actually doesn't have a battery inside of it. You just plug it in and you're good to go.
Oh, so it's powering off the device?
Yeah. But there is also like an adapter that can make it wireless.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Are you bringing that in? Is it available in South Africa?
Yes, it is. Everything's basically available in South Africa, but I don't have it. I don't have it with me right now.
Of course, no, fair enough, fair enough. This is awesome, man. And this was an idea that you kind of come up and now you have a business.
Yeah.
Doing awesome tech.
Yeah.
What are your future plans? Did this kind of ignite like a business sense in you that make you want to start more businesses?
I mean, I'm not really sure what you mean by that.
You want to start? Are you an entrepreneur now? You want to start doing your own thing, make lots of money?
I mean, you could say that. I guess, yeah.
Have you found this helped with anything else in schoolwork? Anything? Just thinking about business differently than what you used to before?
I mean, yeah, kind of, because now I don't think of it as just schoolwork. I can see the value.
You can see why certain things need
Yeah.
to be applied. Oh man, that's the insight that not many adults have these days because you're hands-on with this. Best of luck with this. We're definitely going to chat some more about it next year. We'll feature it on NAG and then maybe do a review on it or something and then send some people your way.
Okay, great.
Well done and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. What a cool little guy that was, man. If all kids were this entrepreneurial. In fact, I highly suggest all kids should be that entrepreneurial. We're going to do another chat with James shortly. We're going to talk some more games. We'll be right back. just going to set up the next interview. So give us a second. We are checking some videos. We're going to play some videos and talk about some games. So please bear with us for the next 2 minutes. I just want to see if these videos work.
Sorry, it's not the best coffee.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, thank you. What is a coffee for ants? That's perfect, man. Oh, no, this is fine, thank you. No, that'll be... Yeah, CBD doesn't do anything. That's for health benefit. That's for health. All right, let's check. I mean, yeah, we should hear the audio, actually, yes. Definitely. Done. Got it. Working. We can do it, yeah. Well, we can start prepping. Okay? Oh, next, okay? Then we start. Thank you, Andrew. Oh, that's a better coffee. Woo! Gonna wake me up. Alrighty then. Guys, if you're getting a little bit delirious, it's because the show is so intense. The energy is incredible. And everybody's kind of running around on a high in more ways than one. Tee-hee. All right, so that's nice. Just adding a second camera angle there quickly. There we go. All of our video editing and streaming is happening live. I mean, all the editing we're doing, all the themes we're setting up.
Like skin of your teeth production.
Yeah, by the hair of my chinny chin chin. And I just want to, let's do this so people can see what we're doing there. This is how we're. Do it fancy. All right, so welcome back, James. Day 3 of rAge. How was all 3 days for you? Are you surviving? Because it seems like you were running around every day, just being manic.
Yeah, very, very nice. I like the wider aisles. I like the place. You know, I've been to a lot of gaming like conventions and stuff. There we go. I mean, rAge. I remember what was it called, Warfare, before it became rAge and all that. So all of these, and the problem they all have is it just gets so tight, so claustrophobic, and sucks the energy out of you. Where this is just the breathe. And yet there are a lot of people here. I mean, you haven't probably been outside. I don't know if you've seen the parking outside.
I haven't seen daylight in a couple of years. But you're right. I think the new venue certainly what's the word I'm looking for? It's we were so used to the dome from a everybody under one roof scenario. So you have an intense buzz and a vibe all over. Music blaring all the time. But now it feels like it's a bit more sparse, spaced out, giving us room to breathe. And everybody I've spoken to kind of like it. It's also nice. It's a nice venue. A lot of trees outside, peacocks.
And you're right, yeah, it's the peacocks. Wow, noisy, big, scary guys. Those are. Another thing that's really nice about this kind of setup, just all over, is, for example, you're on the next stand, you can see you guys. You've got the racing event on, so people tend to stand behind them and they watch and they watch. And then normally your problem is when it's too packed, people just stand in the aisles, and then you can't get past. And if it's a really popular game, forget it. You're not gonna get through there. So it's so nice that you can move around. You can see, hey, they're playing a game over there, and you just go and stand and watch a while and see what they're doing. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan of this setup.
Have you seen anything interesting as we were walking around? Or anything that stood out for you?
About the show or the show. Yes. Okay. I mean, you've got a lot of nice different retailers here. I don't know what the stand is across from you guys. But
incredible.
Is that incredible? Okay, well, incredible.
I was laughing because I thought you were like you were joking about it. Like,
no,
because they've been making quite a lot. I mean, we love the guys, but yeah, they've been the noise that you hear behind us.
But look, these shows, I just like block it out, If I don't want to hear that pick up on it. All I've noticed, they've got all these great arcade machines, the actual DDR machine there.
DDR machine is phenomenal. I should have brought guitar here. I was thinking about bringing guitar here, but it's so busy. It's like there's just too much happening. We wouldn't have time to play it.
And then they'll break your controllers.
That's other
they
thing.
have a million people on.
And you can't buy new controllers, so that'll be a bit.
Yeah, no, that's vintage stuff now. You put that last case, give it to one of the streamers to showcase.
Oh yeah, maybe we do that. Yeah.
And then on the other side, I don't know. I think Kudu or something they called. They've got those arcade cabinets as well. Artist Alley is looking good. There's a lot of little weird small things in here. So if people just want to buy stuff, or if and I understand a couple of indie developers here that I haven't run into them.
Yeah, the game developing chats that we've had have been some of the best. I mean, these guys are just awesome to chat to. They love what they do, and they're producing some amazing games. Did you see Long Drop Games? It's a turd game.
The turd game.
It's awesome.
I saw the mascot back there.
Yes, Mr. Brown. We had them on earlier this show, so if you want to check that out, just scrub back on the timeline. Where do you go there? So, James, yesterday we talked. Was it yesterday or Friday?
Friday.
Yeah,
it's Friday.
Days just go by. So we spoke about some of the wishlist games that you have, and the reason why we chat to James about games is because you are tuned into the scene a little differently to most of us. I don't know. You just have this finger into the gaming pies and come up with these gems that we go, damn, I should have your wish list.
I just like indie games. Plus, I know other people who keep flagging up these interesting games. I was actually chatting to Cody, one of the now guys, and he's also same thing, big into indie games. And we spoke a bit about this on Friday, but you just have so much choice right now, and that scene has just grown so incredibly. 15 years ago, there was really no indie game scene. You had Jazz, Jackrabbit, you had a couple of small games on the side, but if you didn't have release on a AAA studio, you didn't really get anywhere. And then Steam started maturing as a platform, and then guys started releasing on Steam, and now it's almost game porn. I mean, my other hobby is books. I love collecting books. I love buying books, and I have way more books than I will ever read, and I have way more Steam games in my library than I will ever play. And it's because once one of these indie games go on sale, I'll buy them, and then I'll never touch it. But I don't know, maybe I just like watching the videos more than playing the games.
Oh man, yeah, but also just knowing that you have it for a rainy day when you maybe want to pull out when an update comes that you want and you got the game. That's how I see it. Yeah. But yeah, Steam has really, what's the word? Steam has really made it easy for us to have these massive collections, good or bad.
Here's an interesting stat for people out there. So we're all talking about Microsoft wanting to buy Activision Blizzard.
Yep.
I think I looked it up a bit earlier this year. The estimation now, it's estimated because Steam is a private company, so they don't have to report their earnings publicly. But Steam probably makes as much revenue as Activision Blizzard does, in the area of $8 billion a year.
And that's not even talking about the Steam Deck yet.
Yeah, and then Steam is huge.
It is huge.
If you go look at the numbers, Game Pass. Sorry, you have video of a sexual harassment here,
Yeah, it's live on stream, Len. I better watch. I would watch my next few moves. And the amazing Lisa is always welcome to rAge, Lisa.
I don't know, you see, totally derailed by
Yeah, this is
Len
what happened at
Len
rAge. Yeah.
popping a fuel. You know, this is nag for you. Someone's going to grab your ass eventually.
That's Len for you. Not
What was I talking about? You remind me, and in terms of anyway. So really, basically, let's get back on track. We're here to talk indie games coming out. Oh
Yes.
yes, we're talking about Steam. Steam,
Oh,
the
yeah,
site,
Steam,
yeah.
yeah.
About $8 billion in revenue. It has, I think, at least still twice the amount of users than Game Pass has. And I think if you exclude Game Pass, we can almost include Game Pass. You can put Game Pass and the Epic one and all of them together, and Steam rivals in numbers. They have to all pull together to actually have more users than Steam. So Steam is enormous. I mean,
and they did it right.
Yeah.
They did it well. I mean, if you look at the platform, I mean that's what you want. I mean, we actually, when we spoke about this a couple of months ago, I actually prefer buying games on Steam just to have it in the right library as
Yeah.
opposed to mixing it up.
I will test stuff on Game Pass. I will look at stuff on Epic. I'll buy stuff on Steam. And then the only place where I feel guilty is Good Old Games, because I always love Good Old Games, and I buy from them as well. But a lot of it stuff's on Steam now as well.
Yeah. I mean, Good Old Game is another treasure trove of, but it's kind of that weird that thought, like, what happens if I want to get that game again? You know, like it's almost, are they going to be around? I mean, is that game going to be on there? I guess you get the same thing with Steam if they remove it, but it's a trust factor in a platform, I think.
I think the terms and services, I don't know, if you own a game on Steam, I think you keep it, because there have been games that have been removed. If it's in your library, it's still
it stays there. Yeah, of course.
Good Old Games, I think the same. Good Old Games, no DRM, so you can just keep them for yourself.
Fantastic, yeah.
But it has happened to me on Xbox, back like proper Xbox 360 back in the day. I bought Doom, and then when Doom was removed from the store, I lost Doom.
Lost access.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, that's another conversation completely. But let's get to the games, because, I mean, we are now going to talk about some of the gems of this year.
The ones I enjoyed,
The ones that you enjoyed, and basically this is a curated list of recommended games for all of you watching out there.
Yeah. It's we're gonna look. We've got 8 games here, time permitting. And these are all games that I have played during the year and really enjoyed. Also, some of these were released this year. Some of them were released earlier, but they've got major updates that happened this year. Because the beauty thing of especially early access, but just general indie culture, you keep getting these updates, big updates, content updates to the game. And that very much sometimes makes it a new game in a way. So yeah.
Exactly. All right, let's get cracking with the first one. Do you want to intro it first?
Yeah, so the first one is a game called Draft. It's a survival game. It was a huge hit for these guys. Now, this is a game that used to be in early access until this year, so it's been around for about 3 or 4 years. But it went version 1 this year. It's got a complete storyline now. So yeah, let's have a look.
That looks just as good as the day that I first saw this game. And man, what a cool concept.
Yeah, it gives me goosebumps watching a trailer. I just want to go back and play it again. And I think I've played through this game 4 or 5 times by now.
So I'm just trying to stop. Oh, there we go. Jeez.
Okay. Yeah, no, I love Raft. It's probably one of my all-time favorite games by now.
So the objective here is basically you start on a raft and you have to build your world, right? Phenomenal.
Some kind of cataclysm happened. You can play the story mode to see how much they tell you about it. It's not really important what happened. What is important is you are on this 4x4 raft. So you can see in the image there, you've got little pontoons at the bottom. So basically a grid of 2x2. That's how you start. And you're floating on this ocean, this endless ocean. You craft a hook and you start pulling in debris. And with the debris, you start building stuff. You start uncovering recipes. It's like a typical survival game, but all your harvesting is from the ocean. And then you will encounter islands, and islands you'll find more stuff to harvest. But the idea is you keep building your base as it floats. And there isn't actually a limit. As far as I understand, the developers haven't implemented a physical limit of how big your raft or how tall your raft can be.
Oh, interesting.
I think that the tallest one we've done was like 32 stories.
What?
Yeah,
That is insane, man.
We've done these big arc designs.
So it's not a simulator game then.
No, it's very forgiving. The physics are, once it's on the raft, the only real two dangers in this game is obviously the food dynamic. You got to drink, you got to eat, and then you got Bruce the shark. I don't know if Bruce was called Bruce by the developers or the community, but Bruce is this never-ending shark. It just keeps harassing you. You'll rip parts
eats your boat.
You're slowly eating your boat, so you have to keep staying ahead of Bruce. But eventually, Bruce is not a problem. Eventually, this turns into a very mellow, almost holiday game. We're just trying to see how far you can take it. Another big thing about Raft, I don't think it has a player cap. I don't think it has a player cap, but minimum 4 people. You can play 4, 6, 8 people.
Oh, wow.
So if you host a game, the rest of us can jump in, and then we play in your game. And those characters are part of your game. And if I start a game and you jump into mine, it's a new character, new thing, and you can experiment from there. So it's a very open survival multiplayer game.
I absolutely love the concept, and anything can come your way, right? Anything you salvage stuff. I like the idea of the shark attacking the boat. It kind of creates a bit of movement in the game until a point where you don't need that, right?
Yeah. Eventually you start hunting him for food. So.
Oh, is there many Bruces?
Oh, yes. Bruce always comes back.
Bruce the shark. Awesome. Okay, should we do on next one?
Right.
Are you ready for the next one?
The next one is Circuit Superstars. It's a racing game. Let's leave it at that. Let's watch the trailer first, and then people can see what they think of it.
Of course, trying to manage the screen behind me like this. One click. There we go. Ooh, a PS game.
And your volume.
Oh, yeah. Where's the volume? Gremlin, get glitches. Let's do this again. Third time lucky. Next year, we're certainly going to have shortcuts for all of these things. That's it. And go. This looks like fun.
It is. A lot of fun.
I just like the animations. It seems like a little bit cartoony, the cars and stuff, and that gives me the sets of scenes what this is going to be.
You would think so, but no, actually not.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Look, it's like fun.
So, when you saw cartoony, what kind of race did you think it would be?
Like an arcade style. I almost want to say, I remember all the old 8-bit game, one of those oil run games. Where you just skid out the whole time and trying to take over overtake the enemy.
Well, that's visually what it says, but no, this is actually much closer to a simulation racer.
Oh, really?
The response of the cars, the way you streamline. The reason why I know about this is I know guys who are in the sim racing scene or really just enjoy their hardcore racer games. They love this game because it's isometric, so it feels like an arcade racer in how it looks, but it's not a crazy simulator. It's not an arcade racer. You've got to look at your momentum. You can do pit stops. You can, in theory, set up a 24-hour mile event on a thing like this.
We actually just had a chat with some simulator guys earlier today, the LTR racing guys, and they're doing actual 24-hour on a real sim.
Huh.
This could be more for us, for the average NAG gamer. This is the kind of game we should be playing.
I think this is what some guys play when they want to relax, you know, and they don't want to focus so much. And for the rest of us, it's actually tricky. But that's why I chose it, because it's not your run-of-the-mill racer. There's a lot more going on here. So if you like a little bit more depth to your racing games, but you also like that idea of like an isometric cartoony vibe, this is definitely a
This is
great
definitely
title.
the one to do. And is it only available on PlayStation?
No, so all the games I'm showing you are at least available on Steam as well.
Okay, perfect.
But if you see the trailers, some of the trailers are for consoles. So
Okay, fair enough.
yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, look, this is definitely going to my list. That's the kind of racing game that I enjoy. Next up, you got something interesting here, yeah.
Yeah, next up is finally after 10 years, Guild Wars 2 arriving on Steam this year. And yep, MMO, I will go into more detail in a second, but let's have a look first on so this is a trailer specifically welcoming Guild Wars to Steam.
All right. Okay. Good old Guild Wars. It almost seems like a blast from the past, to be honest with you.
It is, and you know, if I were to tell you, hey, there's a 10-year-old game that released now on Steam, you might be going, well, that sounds old. But
yeah,
because this is an MMO, massively multiplayer online game, you don't have an issue because it's been maturing. It's like a good wine, you know.
Yes.
I love the security.
Yeah, like people just, I mean, that's kind of part of the fun, right? People just wandering on.
Come mug you online.
Yeah.
So
he saw the camera, that's why he turned around.
So the MMO, it's been 10 years. It's allowed it to really mature. So what you've got here is not just the base MMO. You've also got the 2 expansions that came out, the package 2 expansions. You've got mounts. You have really, really excellent team play stuff. Finding your friends on this game, making a clan or making a group and doing stuff together is just insanely easy. It's a big world. I mean, lots of great fantasy settings. It's just gorgeous in its own way. I mean, yes, it's not visually what I would say a 2022 game is, but it's definitely up there like at least a 2019 game. And the richness of the world, just stunning. So just on Steam, what they've done is Guild Wars, you don't pay a monthly subscription. You buy the game once off.
Yep.
You can play it. What they've done on Steam is the base game is free. Your first 40 levels and 45 levels, I think it is. I can't remember, but you can have a full playthrough of the original gameplay, story, and content. All the classes are available. You name it all for free.
Nice.
And then if you want, then you have the 2 expansions and a couple of perks if you buy it. So how they're making their money is selling the expansion. So you can go download this on Steam, try it out. If it's for you, you buy the expansions. If it's not, you can spend 100 hours playing this before you hit the end of the free content.
Oh, wow. So you can really see if it's for you. Because I believe, like some other games, most other games, the people that get hooked on this love it. And they go deep.
They go very deep. I've lost a few friends to this.
May they rest in peace.
Yeah, it's got a lot of depth. And that's the other thing. Because it has 10 years of community, there's a lot of guys playing this who know what they're doing, and now the guilding works. I'm very happy to invite newbies. So if you're looking for a very, and when I say mature, I don't mean adult, mature as in a well-established MMO environment in terms of gameplay, content, community, all of that, and you want to try it for free, I mean,
yes,
Guild
that's
Wars on
definitely.
Steam, yeah.
And I mean, it's one of those games that stood the test of time, right?
Very
There's
much,
a reason why it's still around. Are you ready for the next one?
Okay, next one we're going to look at. I love this game. I was playing it this morning. Vauxhall Tycoon. So, I don't know, Rachel, do you remember a game called Transport Tycoon?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the spiritual successor and then a little bit of extra.
All right, let's press play with some volume here. Go. Oh, no, it's not playing.
No, you didn't click.
There we go.
There should be a producer, you know.
Yeah, we do need a producer. Click the button.
Yeah, right up that the button. Do it now. I need to push buttons. Yeah, you can see the voxel kind of talks about the art style in a way.
Oh, yes. Beautiful, though. It's a beautiful game. Ooh, little Sim City in there.
Yeah, you don't build these towns directly, but as you grow their industries, the towns start going into cities. So they and that actually changes the game for you.
Ooh, I like the look of that. Is that another one that's gonna suck my soul?
Yes, yes. Especially because this one is still early access. So they're still adding stuff to it, including tutorials. So you actually have to kind of figure stuff out for yourself.
Nice.
But the idea is, if you don't know Transport Tycoon's a game that came out in the late 90s, early 2000s, where you really had to connect cities and move goods between them, like trucks to move wood or resources, whatever, or buses to move people. And then you just kept building a bigger transport system, etc.
Yes. Nice.
This is the same. This is that very same game, except what they've added. You can see a little conveyor belt there is manufacturing. So
Ooh, wow.
you will have clients that pop up, businesses saying, okay, I need wooden beams. So you need to research the tech to make the factory, to make the wooden beams, the conveyor, to drop it to the trucks take it to the business.
Nice.
Take too long, business goes out of, business.
Goes
and
out of
then-
business.
Then you have fewer opportunities. But do well and they start growing. And then as you make money, you can buy new land around you, open up new cities and stuff. And apparently it's limitless. Apparently that's
Wow.
where the voxel thing come in. This is a procedurally generated world. They'll just keep going bigger and bigger and bigger as you build more and more of your trade networks, your transport networks, and your construction networks.
It's a lot more intricate than I thought it would be from first glance.
It is, but it kind of leads your hand. It's very chill. You can kind of decide on it. The first few playthroughs I've done, I kept overheating the game, like I grew too fast, and then I ran into problems. So I've kind of learned to keep your businesses just hungry enough with supplies. Don't overbuy. Do your research. But yes, it's. I think for people also like games like Factoria and so forth. If you like that idea of big elaborate builds, Voxel Tycoon kind of takes Transport Tycoon and brings that big picture stuff into it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
But it's not fiddly like you're going to go play with spreadsheets and stuff like that.
Yeah, because that can get out of hand sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, every now and then I want to jump into a sim type game like this, and I go, how much
Yeah,
learning
how
am I
much
going to
work,
do?
Yeah.
I mean,
That-
Frostpunk was like that. Love the game,
But hard.
but hard. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a lot.
This
lot
is
to
not
it.
hard. Easy to play, easy to fail though, in a way. But you have fun while doing it. So I definitely recommend it for anybody. If any of what you saw you spoke to you, give this a try. Beautiful indie game. I mean, a good example of again where indie games are kind of picking up the torch what used to be AAA games.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. And this was a theme that we had on Friday as well. And that's why we love these games so much, because you don't need a big AAA title and big budgets to produce gold.
No, you don't. In fact, our next game absolutely speaks about this, the excavation of Hobbs Barrow. I reviewed this for NAG. Point-and-click adventure game, pixel art. On Friday, we spoke about how much I enjoyed pixel art.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is a thing of beauty and also such a throwback to the classic era of the genre.
Let's watch this.
Dearest mother, what I am about to recount to you will seem beyond comprehension. I have spent these last years
Scary cat.
That's a bit of a scary game.
had gone to great lengths to steal Bob's camera. I should realize their efforts were not only to keep us out, but also to keep lie to me.
I'm intrigued.
You failed.
Ooh, that's interesting.
The point and click adventure game. You remember the LucasArts game,
Yeah.
from
Monkey Islands.
That's it exactly. So this is very much in that mold. The story is it plays around early 1900s. I forget the main character's name, but she digs up things called barrows, which are like ancient burial mounds, if you will.
All right.
And she is invited by somebody to come through to check out this mound in this weird little town. And really, from the minute you get off the train, it's got this vibe of, small little creepy English town. What's going on here?
Yeah.
I will say, you can read my review on NAG. I think it doesn't quite play the entire hand given to it. It maybe rushes things a little bit at the end, but I can totally forgive it. This was made by an incredibly small team of guys. This is very much a love letter to the adventure, point-and-click adventure genre. Even the interface and stuff is so throwback to the 90s, but there are changes in the game that make it very modern as well. Seeing hotspots, etc. Nice, creepy story, nice atmosphere. I love playing it. And anybody who wants to say like old school adventure games aren't around anymore, this is such a fantastic example of where the genre is right now.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to the next one on this.
And I mean, yeah, it's still amazing to me what they can do with low-res graphics to evoke those emotions. Right?
Yeah.
Like there's some scary scenes there, or you can just see the horror in the face. I mean,
and the soundtrack helps a lot. Also, I will say that even though this is a pixel art game, you won't be able to have released this game in the 90s. Nobody had a computer. The machines and engines back then couldn't have managed this because it does some interesting tricks using, I'm not going to say it uses 3D, but it obviously scales its environment, so it makes it look like it's a low-res game, but it's really a high-res game in the background, so they can do a lot of interesting tricks of colors. They've got this beautiful effect of fog in this game, and it doesn't look out of place, but you can see the modern touches on a classic genre. Really, really cool.
Great stuff. Now, I'm trying to line up the next one.
All right. Risk of Rain 2. So Risk of Rain also came out a few years ago, but there's been a new expansion for it called, I think, Survivors of the Void. And this is the trailers for Survivors of the Void.
Right, let's check this out.
Are you still muted on that one?
That looks really interesting.
Very good fun. Up to 4 players. In fact, I recommend 4 players for this.
I'm still amazed at how there can be so many different art styles for games, and they all work.
Yes. And I think once again I'm going on about indie today, but it's so nice. Look, in my opinion, yes, except for RTX, the new games are pretty, but the games have been pretty for the last 10 years. Exactly how much further are you going to push this rock up the hill?
Yeah.
Indie games, they don't have $10 or $100 million budgets, so they don't make interesting looking games.
They
not
solve
about-
problems because they
Yes.
can't necessarily get the hardware that they need, so they work arounds.
And you end up with better looking games. I mean, the new Call of Duty, yes, it's stunning, but it kind of looks like the previous Call of Duty, which looks like the previous one. At one point, how good do you need to be? Yeah.
That's a good conversation, and another one for another conversation for another time, because we don't need that beautiful graphic all the time.
But indie games on it, so Risk of Rain, this is a roguelike. We chatted on Friday about roguelike. So roguelike is a game where when you die, you're dead, you start over.
Yeah.
And in this case, you are up to 4 players. You drop down to a planet. On this planet, you start with just your gun. It's a series of levels. It's random which levels you go through, but I think after about 8 levels, you get to the boss level and you fight it. Each level, though, has a boss at the end.
Yep.
Third person, you run around, you pick up upgrades while you're in the world, blow up monsters to make money. So kill monsters to make money, take money to buy upgrades and buffs. And then when you're ready to go, hit the button and fight the boss for that level. Kill the boss, you can teleport to the next level. So see how far you can get, basically. But now here's the catch. The longer you stay in a level, the more difficult the game becomes. So the faster you play, the lower the difficult level. The longer you play, the harder difficult level. But if you play too fast, you can't get upgrades and stuff.
Wow, that's an interesting dynamic.
Also, if you die in a level, you cannot respawn. But if the players who are still alive kill the boss at the end, you will respawn them in the next level. So as long as one person can finish the level, everybody can go to the next level. But it just becomes really, really, I don't think, well, one thing this trailer does not show is how manic this game becomes. It is just over the top. And
it looks like it's right up your alley, James.
I've had a lot of fun with it. It's one of those games that you play for an hour and then you have to go sit in a quiet room for a while. The sensory overload is just great. Now, and we play it badly. I've seen guys who really understand. There are very deep game mechanics to this games. You can stack your buffs and you can do all kinds of crazy stuff. So absolutely
stacking buffs. Now there's a slogan for a t-shirt.
Yes. Buff stacked. That's what the buff stacked action ready. I don't know.
All right.
Next one, Astroneer. Now, a lot of people know Astroneer, but Astroneer got its major update, a big one this year, and also I only discovered this game this year. So, yeah, another survival game.
Let's check it out. Okay. Oh, that's so soft. I apologize if you guys on the stream can't hear it. They seem happy. Terraforming, nice. I like the look of this too.
Very, very, very nice.
It's a definite theme here. Of course, also available on Steam, like we said earlier.
Yeah, in fact, it's been on Steam for a few years. It's now released on Switch as well. Whatever platform you play this on, it should be excellent. Again, you want to play this with friends if you can. Up to 4 friends can join you in the game. So, survival game again. You gotta go. You gotta harvest stuff. You are basically this astronaut who crash lands on a planet. And then how do you move around? So all the planets are hostile. You will die without oxygen. And so you got to drop these tethers that allow you to, so you get these long strings up around the planet as you explore. The tethers are cheap to make. You can also go underground, mining for resources, refining resources. In the game, there are 7 planets in total. So to finish the game, you have to drill down to the core of each planet to find a certain object. So you basically build spaceships, fly to different planets, build your bases. You can set up trains. This is the new update. So you now have trains that you can automate, to miners that you can automate, so you can get resources brought to your main base. It's just colorful. A lot. It reminds me of Raft in that it's very accessible. It's very friendly.
Yeah.
But it's still a true survival game. Harvest, think, design, build.
How many players? What's the best ideal scenario for?
4. I think this one limits for 4. Look, you can play it on your own. it is nice to play with one other person.
Yeah.
Most of my time I play one other person, so there's two of us and we experiment and we do stuff.
Okay.
No, it's a game I think I've now finished 2 or 3 times, just because you want to go back and try new things and so forth. Now, a lot of people know Astroneer. It's been around for about 4 years now, but I think it's V1 now. It might still be early access, but this new update, it is such a fully rounded game. So if you own Astroneer and you haven't played it for like 3 years, you really need to pick this up.
You're going to find a different game with it.
And if you haven't, great survival game, especially for kids and families. But the same as Raft. These are not violent games. They're easy to learn. They're nice to hang around. And yeah, no, big fan of Astroneers.
Brilliant recommendation. All right. Is this the best for last kind of a scenario?
In a way, I really thought about how we should end this, and I thought, what, let's end with something that's just very cool and familiar, and I know you'll like. This is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: Shredder's Revenge, and no, this is not a remake.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's beautiful, man. This reminds me of playing on 8-bit.
Yes, or the SNES or Mega Drive day.
Yes. I mean, not as vibrant back in the day, the colors, but feeling states.
How much money did you waste on these games? How many?
I didn't have money back then.
But
I got lots of cartridges. Somehow bought a couple of cartridges. 101s.
Oh, those, yes, all the knockoff games.
Yeah,
I think China's.
We definitely had an original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. In fact, I reacquired some, so I do have a new version. 8-bit original Famicom.
Oh, nice. Well, that's what I figured. Let me add this one in.
This is brilliant. Yeah, I haven't played this yet.
So this is actually on Game Pass. If you have a Game Pass subscription, you can go download this now and play it.
Oh man, Game Pass is such a gift that keeps on giving, right?
It is, and it's on Steam as well. It's on console. So yes, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles looks like the original games, and I checked as far as I know, it's not a remake. And if it is a remake, they have radically updated it. So it's very big. It's got gorgeous pixel graphics you saw there, and it's high res.
It's high res. It looks very vibrant and crisp. Almost.
It does. They use it very well, but they keep it like 16-bit aesthetic to it. And then you'll love this up to 6 players.
What?
Yeah, you can play as all 4 of the turtles, and then you also have April, you've got Casey, and you've got Splinter.
Oh, Casey used to be my favorite back in the day, man. What a character.
I would recommend that do not play it to 6 players. You have no idea what the hell is.
It's a button mashup at that point.
And that's actually a pity. So I would say 2 to 3 guys, because you can control it, because it is a button basher, but push backwards and hit. Goes forward and hit is a different attack style. So you get very, very hardcore comboing if you want to build it. You can button bash through this, or you can become a serious like combo guy and really make these guys jump around and fight how you want them.
Sounds like just good old arcade fun.
It is.
In fact, I want to put this in an arcade cabinet. I think that would be good.
It would be really cool. I would love make almost those main boxes, put a screen up and then.
Man.
So yes, this is a absolute throwback to the 16-bit era, but it is a completely modern game, not a remake. 6 players, great long story, very cool combat system, and like I said, you can buy it on Steam, you can get it on consoles, but if you want to try it, get it on Game Pass and give it a go.
I think that's also a good tip and takeaway. Game Pass is great value for money if you just want access to a whole bunch of games.
It is. It's another conversation we can have comparing these platforms to each other. I have Steam will always be my go-to.
Yeah,
but now
I agree.
I think the difference is this game on Steam is I think about 400, where 50 rands a month if you're doing the Game Pass subscription. But this is local co-op as well. So if you want to use, you get what's that Steam ticket you can share on your TV. If you have a media center, you'll be able to stream from your PC to your media center. Plug a bunch of Xbox controllers in there, and you can have a couch co-op with this.
Fantastic.
Yeah, very cool.
Fantastic. Okay, so that is definitely one on the list to play with the family over December break. Why not?
Yeah, actually, great idea. If you've got the controllers, also, there's going to be fights.
I was just about to say, family, at least if you won't fight over Christmas dinner about family politics, you'll be fighting about over the game.
Yeah, good way to not see them for another. I'm playing Ninja Turtles with you, man. So yeah,
Man alive.
that's my 8 games. I think let me just quickly recap them for you. Just on the title. So the first one, Raft, survival game.
Yep.
Circuit Superstars, very nice. It looks like arcade, but not arcade racing game.
Yeah. I was very keen on that one.
Definitely recommend. Maybe I'll give it to you for Christmas.
Ooh, Christmas gift.
Again,
Yes.
put stuff in your Steam wish list so people can buy gifts for you. You know, it's
Another hint.
Guild Wars 2, the MMO, now on Steam, well worth it. First 100 hours for free easily. Like I said, the whole original game campaign available. Vauxhall Tycoon, Transport Tycoon, with a little bit more extra if you want a transportation game. Very easy to get into, but a lot to master. Good fun of that. Hobbs Barrow, great throwback to point-and-click adventure games from the 90s. Very cool, nice horror game on that. Risk of Rain 2, roguelite shooter for up to 4 people. See how far you can get, very combat intensive.
Yep.
Then Astroneer, similar to Raft, survival game, except you're on a planet. Very cute, very easy to play, getting into, very addictive. And then you just saw Teenage
Not
Mutant
very addictive. Very
addictive. Too addictive. What do you?
Too addictive.
I played 2 games this morning. I played a little bit of Vauxhall Tycoon and I was
Okay, that's it all. That's it all.
And then Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. As you can see there, nice throwback arcade game to the classic 16-bit era. Nice co-op for guys.
There we go. There you can see. James, as always, thank you so much for your fantastic insights. I think what we're doing here is kind of a hint of things to come next year in terms of more conversations like this. And kind of deep insights into just great games. We don't have enough of those conversations.
And the more the focus on indie, I mean, something on the site's been pushing a lot more indie stuff, but I think this list just demonstrates what is out there.
Yeah.
And these are all games that have been released this year. I wonder how many people actually knew about these games. It just shows how much out there. So, no, thanks for the opportunity. It was really nice showing people. Go get these games. Definitely looking forward to next year, just covering a bit more of the indie scene and the great stuff out there.
And, I mean, we always hear about these big AAA titles, but it's the real fun is with all these other games that just, change things up a bit and out of the box thinking.
At less than a fifth of the price. So a lot of the games I showed you can probably get for less than 200. So how much is Call of Duty currently? I think it's like 1.2 or 1.4 or something. Yeah. So for the price of Raft, for one price of Call of Duty, I think I could buy Raft 5 times.
Yeah.
So think about that.
Or one copy for you and for your friends.
There we go. Yes, instead of one Call of Duty, buy 4 copies of the game, gift it out to people.
Christmas presents sorted.
There we go. That's how you do it.
Awesome. Thanks so much for your time, James. We'll do this again next year in multitudes.
Awesome.
Thanks, dude.
Thanks, Rashid.
And I think we're about to do our last interview of the day. You guys are going out with a bang on the rAge stream this year. And it's also, the lasting impression that we're going to leave everybody with. Please introduce yourselves. I'm very keen to hear more about what you guys are doing.
I love it that she looks at me like I'm the person when I brought her along. Hello. We represent Yellow Lab Games, a local indie game development company.
Yeah.
We're based in Cape Town, but I'm Bianca. She's Nix. I'm Nix. And I'm Bianca. She's the artist of the game. We have an animator back home, Rioni. And we have a stall here at rAge exhibiting our game for the first time to everyone. So far, it's been good.
Yeah, our game's name is Metavoidal, and it
Metavoidal, yes.
Yeah, It's an indie roguelike brawler, and you play as a drummer who's auditioning for a band of monsters.
I love that.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not as great at the drums as you think.
I wanna contest that because like our narrative is very light, so it's like up to interpretation.
Oh, yeah?
Well, you failed the audition, and now all the monsters
I
are trying
think
to kill
I
you.
think it's the fact that you're too good and you're like band.
Okay. Up for
So that's the thing. Our narrative is very light, so it's up to interpretation. We can't kind of tell you escape. Here's your parameters.
Yeah.
So the fact that he sucks at drumming, that's interesting.
My character sucks at drumming when I play
Mine's
it.
the dopest. He's the best.
So is this what makes a great game? It's just this passion oozing out of every idea behind it, right?
Yeah, we absolutely love our game. We're very passionate about it, and we are putting all of our time into it.
How long did it take you from concept to where we are today?
So altogether, it's been like 8 months.
Yeah.
2 months of ideation, as far as I know. I only joined the company like 5 months ago.
All right.
Development has been 6, so it's really been like
Yeah,
getting
6 months of intense work.
Wow.
We
Yeah.
spent the first couple of months finding our feet and finding the story.
And who came up? Sorry, go for
No.
it.
I was just gonna say, and it's been like every month we're like, this is cool. Why don't we add it to the game? Or we don't like this. Let's take it out. Let's make this rather. We used to have water in the game. Are we gonna have water in the game still? We don't know.
To be determined.
Yeah.
These sounds like fun, creative conversations to have. I mean, is this
Yeah.
what developing is about? Is this what you got out of developing?
This is what we want development people.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
everyone has a say. You know, you can throw your ideas into the game, see if they
Yeah,
work,
yeah,
and have fun with it.
Yeah.
How much work is it actually developing this game?
A lot.
Lot
Neither
of coding.
us are the developers. I'm the artist, and you're the media manager.
And even just on our side of work, it's a lot.
So I can't imagine how stressful it is for
Our
the
lead,
developers.
our lead dev was still busy with because we have a rAge specific build that we've made
yes,
now.
yes.
So it's both the demo and then the full game. Everything that we put in the demo is now in the full game as well. He was busy with it up until like Wednesday night.
Yeah,
he was
had
trying
very
to
little sleep.
he was just trying to make it as good as possible for everyone. And it's been, I mean, the hard work has paid off. It's literally breathed new life into him because he's like, it's very easy to be critical of your own
Yeah.
stuff, but having people say it's a good game, it's like you can see it just lifts like this weight from his shoulder.
Getting the feedback from the people you're building it for, right? And if you
Yeah.
get that positive feedback, it just energizes you.
It's been spectacular. Everyone here at rAge is so nice and so positive about our game. It's been so amazing.
Wow, man. Yeah, the rAge community is the best. I mean, the South African gaming community is the
Yeah.
best. I absolutely love every time I meet new people. I mean, I've been following some of you. I've been following you guys on social media, and then you get to meet somebody in person. That's what it's about, right?
Yeah.
And also having cool conversations because other people, potential developers or marketers or animators or anybody in the stack of game business, you know, they get inspired too and maybe get ideas. Oh, I need to go into that line of work.
Yeah.
Or, I like what these guys are doing. I wanna be part of that.
Yeah, so it's actually been insane how many people are like, "Oh, I'm studying to be a game developer," or "I've thought about it," or this or that, or like it's kids going, "Are you making a game?" And we're like, "Yeah." And that's kind of why we put so much effort into this show. Not just to, it's not just the first time we're showing our stuff off to South African audiences, but it's like we kind of want to show, and this is not at all any comment on anything, but like prove to the local community that good games can be made here. It is possible.
Yeah, and they are being made.
And they are being made.
Yeah.
And even further to that, if I can add to it, there's a lot of South African game developers that are working with international developers to
Yes.
port a game, for
Yeah,
example.
shout out Free Lives.
Oh, yes. I mean, we've got the talent here, right?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I think the reality is a lot of guys, if they get better employment overseas, working remotely or moving,
Yes.
you can't blame them. But the talent pool here, man, even the guys we can nurture from grassroots, you know, if somebody wants to come up from being, 10 years old, getting that interest into gaming,
Yeah.
I mean, that is what it's about. You just want to nurture them in grassroots level in South Africa.
Yes.
That's where they came from.
So that's, sorry, I was going to say, like, that's the one thing that's been actually surprising to us. Like, it's a metal band, right? And there's some questionable iconography in the game. But the one thing that's been really nice is just like the kids, obviously they don't understand it very well, but the colors resonate with them. But like the kids have been so entranced by it, and we just try and like involve them and tell them like, or like show them that this can be done, because that's kind of where you start. You're a kid, you go, this is cool, I want to do that. And you just kind of like try and build that and just show them that like, it's not as scary as you think. even if you start small, you can.
Exactly. Now, it sounds like this game has got some of those elements that you would expect in a Pixar movie. Themed for adults, but fun for kids.
Yes, you get to beat things with a drumstick and then set it on fire, which is good for all ages.
I can think of nothing better. Now, in terms of development or release date for this game, what is the prospect? When can we expect to play a final version?
Hopefully we were aiming for the 1st of April, like a April Fool's kind of
Nice.
just
Like that idea.
because I mean we're weird, we're wacky, and we're like, why not?
No, you guys aren't weird or wacky. What are you talking about?
And but Steam, we have a Steam page now, but Steam is like, we don't do weekends apparently, so it's going to be hopefully April, end of March, there around.
All right.
So very short runway that we have there, but
Is there any way to play the game now?
Yes, it's on itch. We upload monthly demos. We update it all with new enemies, new art, new maps, all of it, and you can download it for free there.
What is there a specific URL we can go to kind of get down this rabbit hole?
Yeah, so you can go to any of our social media pages. We've got like a link tree, and it'll take you wherever you need to go, because we use itch as like our early access. Essentially, we let people play it for free so that they can tell us what's wrong, where the bugs are, because we also want them to tell us what they want in the game. If there's something that we're missing because we're too close to it, we want them to tell us so we can make the final a lot better. So that's why it's free. It just tweet at us like, hey, this is something weird, or come to our Discord or something.
Oh, awesome.
Send us a post-it note if you want.
So just remind us, what is the URL, or where's the place people can go to? Company name?
Yeah, it's at Yellow Lab Games.
Okay, perfect.
And you can just, Yellow Lab, and it'll probably pop up.
Now, I'm going to go check out this game, but please, let's make an effort to have another conversation. I want to put this on NAG, and let's do a bit more of a deep dive into the people behind it. We'll have a proper formal interview or something, and just get the insights and promote the game a bit, because I'm very passionate about it.
That would be amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, we would really appreciate it. We would love to tell you why we're called Yellow Lab, because
Please tell us why. We're speculating here.
So, firstly, it's a Yellow Lab, obviously, because experimentation and everything, but it's actually our CFO / further. We really like animals in our company.
All right.
And the CFO's dog is a yellow Labrador.
Okay,
and he
cool.
is just a big, fun-loving dog. And that's actually also because I'm the social media community manager. And that's kind of the energy that I try to bring to our channels as well. Just wholesome, loving, because that's just who we are. Like, we're just here to have a fun time and be genuine.
Yeah.
And that's why we're Yellow Lab, because we're just here. We're just happy to be here, and just like Labradors are.
Guys, I absolutely love your vibe. I love everything about what you guys are doing and what you are doing in the gaming industry. I can't wait to hear more, learn more, and play the game, of course.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah.
And as we come to the end of Rage, my last official interview, guys. Thank you so much for popping around, and we'll be in touch again very soon.
Thank you for letting us have us. Yeah.
Anytime, guys. Any last shout-outs? You got the right of last shout-out on the stream.
Just shout out to the Capetonian, the rest of the team. Like, hi guys. Sorry you couldn't be. Next time we'll bring you.
Next time, yes. Next is going to be amazing.
Yes. Yeah.
Can't wait to chat to you next year and see what's new on the horizon.
Excellent. It's causing me anxiety already.
Yeah, let's get this game out of the way first, guys. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful afternoon.
You too.
Cheers. And just as we thought that we were done for the day with our interviews, more people arrive who want to chat to us. Of course, we're always happy to do so. Bring the magic of rAge to everybody else. So in our final hours, we're going to chat some more racing and sim racing. We're right up Len's alley.
Feels like I've kind of instigated, so I should start feeling guilty.
We're going to call this the NAG Sim Racing Show.
We can. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
Who are we talking to? Please introduce us.
So with me we have Richard. He's from, well, let me say this. He's the custodian of the FIA Racing Simulators.
Yeah.
So the conversations that we've had with all the interesting conversation we've had around sim racing. The beauty about it is that it all comes together with the FIA Grand Program Sim Rigs. A really, really cool initiative. And yeah, Rich is one of the custodians and I'm the other. So we co-custodians.
Yeah.
So you're talking to the oaks that are kind of at the pinnacle of the love of the pass down of the, I don't know how you want to call it.
The love of sim racing.
The love of
Like,
sim
I don't know
racing.
how to follow that up with a question. Let me think about this. So what are you guys doing at rAge this year?
So essentially what we've done is we provided the FIA Sport Grand rigs as just free access, a little bit of fun. The guys don't have to pay anything and they can spend as long as they want on the rigs. It is purely there just to get guys who firstly have never experienced a racing car, but like racing cars. There's a racing car, come drive. What we also have is very, very cool is a laser scanned version of SWAT Corps Raceway, which is just up the road.
I heard about this.
Hyper realistic, very, very cool. Very challenging as it's in the 125 go-kart. So it's a good challenge. And what Black Ribbon Simulations, my business, is offering is an esports license on an MSA standard to anyone who can meet our benchmark time. So we've had a lot of interest of guys just coming to see if they can match the professional karter's time, basically.
Wow. What is that benchmark time?
Easy peasy, man. Easy.
44 seconds around the track.
Wow. What is the real world record on that?
42 seconds.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's actual real
up there
really
times.
good time.
Yeah.
So tell me about the scanned track. How does it work?
So what guys do is, because we don't have a lot of tracks available within the games of South African circuits, we've got Kyalami features in a few games.
Yeah.
But something like SWAT Corps, which is quite regional, you don't find it in a lot of titles. So what guys do is they take 3D laser scanning equipment and they walk it around in a little trolley around the circuit and they scan every little nook and cranny of the circuit, the trees, everything. So that they
cracks in the road surface.
everything.
Heights of the curbs.
Yeah. So in SWAT Corps, for example, the last two corners are a very fast double left-hander, but it dips away just as you come in and that often kicks the cart. That is in the game. And as a karter, to experience that within the sim is actually quite special because it is that accurate, really. At the
And
end of the day.
what game are you bringing it into? What is the game that you guys are playing?
It's a very niche game. It's called Kart Racing Pro. A very indie title, but it's a very strong indie title. It's developed very, very well.
Is it the Assetto Corsa of the go-karting gaming industry?
I would more call it the
arcade version.
Yeah, the arcade version more than anything else.
Yeah, it's not as
My
technically. Yeah, you can jump in and play. It's not this massive downforce, brake bias setting. Yeah.
There's a very simple barrier to entry, whereas other games require a little bit of technical know-how of actually, setting up a rear axle of a kart so it doesn't throw you into the countryside. Basically,
yes.
These go-karts are a bit temperamental. they like to throw you off into the countryside from time to time, but it's all a part of the fun because that's actually what it's like driving a 125 kart. Is you really do have to have the very gentle feeding of a brake, very gentle feeding of an accelerator, and our FIA rigs are able to actually give that same feeling. May not have the sense of like G-forces and all that, but in terms of driving etiquette and driving style, you've got to have that same level of just precision and fine touch.
Is there a difference in the rig and the setup and those kind of things between a motor racing sim, a rig, and a go-karting rig?
The main difference is seating position. Really, at the end of the day, you can get away with the same equipment, but a go-kart has a very similar seating position to, say, a Formula One racing car, where you're a little bit lower and a little bit more reclined. That really only makes a major difference when you're a small child and you're developing muscles within the go-kart. You don't want to develop the wrong muscles. But as an adult driving a go-kart versus a GT3 rig, it really does depend on how quickly you can adapt. For me, having driven a rally car, a rally car is more realistic. A kart, I've got to kind of readjust towards kind of thing. But a rig, you literally just adjust the two bolts and you're in the right seating position.
Okay.
So it is very easy to do.
And then getting access. So if I want to get into this, getting the game, getting the map, is that kind of an easy process to do?
It is quite an easy process to do. A lot of time the communities help guide you through the process. So all you need to do is find your flavor. If you like GT3 racing cars, we have so many communities, including the 24-hour race that we just ran. These guys will happily help you, guide you through the process and tell you, you don't need that DLC because we don't really use it. If you'd like it, get it, but you don't need it for us. But the next guys may be doing a lot of Circuit of America. So yeah, you need that DLC. Sim racers are extremely honest with one another because our equipment is also quite expensive. Yes. So the games need to be quite thought about because you don't want to go and buy iRacing at R1,000 a year and then never play it because it's not your style. So guys are very honest in helping the community members and new guys, especially kids. Kids are never treated as just go and figure it out. There's a lot of time for kids and developing drivers and all that kind of stuff.
Fantastic. Now, Len, when are we going to do a go-karting challenge? Because we've spoken about other challenges today. I think this is almost the inevitable next step.
Yeah. But in all fairness, Rachel, you have a track record of losing twice now to me on various challenges.
Twice. I remember once.
And
my
brain says two.
Okay.
So
okay.
Yeah. I'll stick to that. Wrong until proven guilty.
All this talk, we should settle it on the track, Len.
Yeah. That sounds
I like it.
right.
Well, why don't you guys come and have a go on SWAT Corps in the 125s? Let's see who's got the shot.
We must make a plan there. But good question, actually. Where can people play these on these sims outside of rAge, or what is the plan for that?
Well, guys are I sell a range of simulators, everything from Sparko Gaming to Fanatec to personally developed ones that are like in-house products.
Okay.
Really, it depends on budget. Guys often come to me with roadmaps of saying, I only have X, how do I get going? And that X is usually just a steering wheel. Lock it to your desk and you go racing, basically. And then it becomes about what you and how seriously you want to take it. Guys often then go with a chassis. It's nice and stable, really stable driving platform is really important. A lot of guys who do rallying will then go for shifter upgrades and all that kind of stuff. But guys with, very heavy PC setups, they just go for comfort. A nice expensive chair, something that you can spend hours in, because these guys are sitting 6-7 hours, sometimes more, just sitting there in the rig.
Sounds like most gamers.
Yes.
Very
much so. Yeah.
So same rules and principles apply. It's just steering wheel, potentially a sim rig.
Yeah. Just different environment. You're sitting in the same attitude and love of what you're doing applies at the end of the day.
And if anybody wants to get involved with this, how do I go about it? Who do I speak to? Where do I go?
They're very welcome to come find myself, Richard, at the MSA stand. The guys there will be able to help, and will also be able to help put them in my direction. But my website, blackribbonsimulations.com, blackribbonsim.com, apologies. Everything you could possibly want information-wise. I also help people find communities. So Monday Night Racing is a great conduit towards amateur drivers. I've just bought a wheel. Where do I go? Come to Monday Night Racing. There's servers available.
Nice.
A little bit more serious. Go check out iRacing. Go check out Raceface. All those kinds of stuff.
And Rafa, just to be like a little tie-in, a little knot here. You know that James Francis, his brother Eddie, runs Monday Night Racing.
Oh, interesting.
And that's a tie back to Richard.
So Eddie's our main support admin. I'm one of the, call it like a weekly admin. I just help run the community on a day-to-day.
He's a week admin.
I'm a week admin. As we like to call it, the shower sandals admin. That's about
No, it feels like this is something we should be talking about regularly on NAG, to be honest with you. So
I'm so keen.
Maybe what we need to do is we'll have further conversations, but some information for you guys regularly.
Absolutely, man.
If it's happening every Monday, we can invite people, tell them about it. How do you get? So it's this conversation just maybe a bit more fleshed out for people that want to get into it, or people that didn't even know that there's a community, but they're already playing the game, right?
Yeah.
That happens often.
Yeah, we find a lot of guys. For example, we get a lot of amateurs come through to try, but we get a lot of guys who know about us, don't come for 3 or 4 weeks, are semi-pro, and they come just to sharpen their teeth to get ready for a race because we're running the same track as what they're running next week. So 1 week you could find you competing against some of South Africa's finest, the guys who won this 24-hour race with us regularly. So if you really want to cut your teeth against someone like Jordan Sherritt, he's there, he races. All these guys are available, as well as the admins are there to assist. If your rig goes all sorts of wrong, there are people there very willing to help get everything
the
up.
Gaming community is amazing.
It really is, eh? And sim racers have a lot of time for one another because our community is still growing and has exploded because of lockdown. We all know each other. We all have so much time for each other that the community is just benefiting from all that attention we all give each other. And then off the back of what MSA is doing with this work group is you've got all the guys who essentially are the decision makers of the very big communities have all gotten together, and instead of stepping on each other's toes, we've got a calendar in place where no one conflicts with anyone else. So we've always got racing that is free and clear for other people to do whatever they want, basically.
Awesome, man.
So that helps a lot in just soothing a lot of the tensions between the communities and allowing us to work together for these big 24 hours and stuff like that.
And then the tires, obviously, those racing sims from FIA and Motorsport South Africa. There's 12 of them in the country, and yeah, they are housed in a warehouse in Randburg. We can't disclose the exact address. No, it's yeah, but they are in use, and the whole thing here is to help develop young, new talent, get people interested in and a part of the racing community, not just from a sim perspective, but also karting and into real world racing.
Sorry about that. I was just about to say, I mean, it seems like the sim racing and the karting, good overlap.
Very much so.
Yeah, I mean, and you can switch, almost flip between them if you don't like the one, or go to the other. If you can upgrade from the one to the other, if I put it like that.
One of the beauties about it is barrier to entry for both can be very low, depending on how seriously you want to take it. I mean, if you really want to be serious in national level karting, you're R1 million a season before you blink. That's transport, fuel, everything. But if you want to go drive F400s on a regional basis, you're looking at no more than 15 grand a year, because the barrier to entry is the kart, the engine. Engines are already tightly homologated, so there's no cheating, and everyone can compete on the same standing. You find a lot of those guys are sim racers because there's a good crossover of community. The endurance teams in sim racing tend to be the same endurance teams in karting. They know each other, they can rely on each other, they know each other's style, strategy. That all kind of ties into one another in the greater motorsport sense. So yeah, karting and sim racing in South Africa have a phenomenal overlap. You find a lot of karters are sim racers, and sim racers are karters at the same time.
I think same rules apply, Len. We need to do a game and then hit the tracks for real.
I agree.
And have a bit of best of both worlds.
That sounds great.
And then the next day, so the Saturday we do that, and the Sunday we do the airsoft.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because there is
airsoft on go-karts.
You know how many times I've gone to a karting track, or, you know, a Swartkorps or whatever the case may be, and I've bumped into a paintballer or an airsoft guy. It's actually quite uncanny how even that ties in.
Yeah.
You know, the gaming and the gaming and real world is a lot closer than you think.
Yeah, I absolutely love it.
Awesome.
Excellent, guys. Thank you.
So
Good
hang
luck.
on. No, don't just.
Oh, sure. Not wrap up.
Yeah. I just want to secure a date here. So are we going to do this challenge? And then, Rich, you're the one that's going to have to set this up, bro. Because
well, you know what?
We don't have the kart connections like you do. So
well, I'll tell you what. Are you looking for New Year or still this year? You guys got to tell me.
Let's do New Year, because I want to get some readers involved too.
Okay.
You can do some fun things around
that. I'm enjoying
that. I like.
So if we do a thing on NAG, so all right, my email address len@nag.co.za. Pop me a mail with the heading kart.
Will do.
Okay. And that's with a K. K-A-R-T.
Remember, it's with a K. Yeah, not a shopping cart.
No, not a shopping cart. Okay. So pop me a mail, len@nag.co.za, with the heading kart. Without that heading, sorry, you're out. I get
not
way
fart,
too
cart.
Just
I get way too many emails. So yeah, it'll be dismissed. Anyway, so len@nag.co.za, pop me a mail. I'll choose how many people we're going to do.
Well, we can allow 6 on the circuit at any given time, 7 at a push. But 6 is a good number, because then we have a failure cart that can, should someone strip a throttle cable or something, they can then just get into a replacement and continue racing.
Okay, cool.
We can do that. Or we can look at doing an endurance race with 6 where we create teams. We have a lot of options then.
I like that. I like that.
So.
All right, so let's do this. Okay, let's do if we can have it with the 6 carts, that'd be great. One cart will be a NAG staff cart.
Awesome.
Okay. We'll call that trolley cart. Trolley cart team, NAG trolley cart team, against 5 reader teams.
Awesome.
Okay. So that means we can have quite a few readers.
Oh yeah.
When is a good sort of time? March, February, Jan?
Jan is good because we're going to be nice and quiet at the circuit as well, because a lot of the corporates will have ended in December. So there's that lull period where there's no one wanting to do Speedballs and stuff. So we're going to have a lot of time to choose when we want to do it, evenings, afternoon, morning, even in some cases. So I think really it depends on what it looks like we shape out to. The beauty about the track is it has the ability to stay open late.
Nice.
So if we want to do it up to 10 o'clock, rock and roll, we just lock the doors and we can have a braai there. There's a phenomenal braai area. It's actually really geared towards entertaining.
So spend some time with the NAG crew, with Rich from Black Ribbon, getting to understand a bit of karting, have a lot of fun. And the guys that know me, I tend tend to arrange prizes quite easily and quite nicely.
This is going to be fun.
Yeah.
So I can guarantee you that there'll be some epic prizes for the winning team, maybe first, second, and third. But yes, I'll commit to the winning team. We'll get some epic prizes.
Nice.
And yeah, let's do this.
Sounds like we just planned this. But are you asking everybody to mail you?
Mail me with the heading.
Everybody else who's watching this.
The universe. Yes.
Anyone who hears this lovely voice right now must get in touch, because the beauty is we can have up to 4 drivers per team. All it really means is the more drivers, the shorter each driver has per stint.
Yeah.
So if you've got a team of 3, you better hope that those 3 guys are proper quick, because each 3 guys is going to have to seriously carry his weight.
Yeah.
Team of 4, that starts to become more and more and more of a factor where guys need to seriously start to watch. Teams of 2, then you start to struggle because you're driving for almost an hour on your own, basically.
Yeah. So it's a 2-hour endurance.
2 hour, correct, sir.
So we probably land up with 4.
It's a good number.
4 in a team. Maybe 3, but anyway, we'll
hide
that.
this nice next year to make sure we get some cool people who's keen on doing.
Absolutely.
Maybe some people who's actually keen on pursuing this further.
Yes,
absolutely.
Give them a real taste of it, and then show them what they're going to get.
Absolutely.
Sounds great.
You know, there's a couple of guys who've won their MSA esports licenses from Black Ribbon at the start.
Nice.
They could definitely be guys to invite as well, as they are. They frankly dominated in those carts today. It was extremely impressive watching.
I'm starting to get scared of that because this is a NAG challenging readers. So now you're throwing a whole new mix into this. But yeah, all right. So there we go. There's the challenge, and then the inter-team challenge you can also do. We're going to have an inter-team challenge, and that's between rAge and myself. We're going to look at lap times.
Good stuff.
And the slowest lap time.
I can't recall signing up to that.
I remember that. It happened a couple of minutes ago.
I remember it as well.
Yeah,
distinctly.
Thanks.
I will rewind the footage and make sure I know exactly what I said.
So that discussion, rAge, just so I can remind you, was that you agreed that the guy who has the slowest lap time buys the winning lap time a lunch.
So I'm basically going to feed you next year. That's what you're saying?
Well, yeah. I feel like you are going to make sure my weight.
There's a lot of confidence coming from the side of the table. I can feel it like heat.
But what you're not accounting for is beginners' luck.
Yeah, and big match temperament, which you have spades of. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, I will bully you on that starting line.
Guys, thank you.
Awesome,
thank you so much. It was a phenomenal chat. And yeah, I can't wait to kick this off next year. And anybody else who's watching, go check out these guys and go join them after rAge and go check out what they're doing and sign up for this.
Give us your contacts again and also the MSA details.
So guys, so start off, Motorsport South Africa is why we're here, obviously, with the Motorsport South Africa stand. So motorsport.co.za is a good place to start. You can sign up for the newsletter, finding out about details on how to get started in karting, short circuit bike racing, oval dirt race. I mean, everything you could want in terms of starting is there. And blackribbonsim.com, if you guys want to get involved in sim racing and you want to do it on a not break the bank measure, come chat to me. There's always solutions. And if you want to go big, we got Sparko Gaming, we got Fanatec, anything that you could really. I'm like an Italian tailor of sim racing.
One-stop shop. Yeah.
If you want pink and purple rigs, we make pink and purple rigs. That's
nice.
as easy as that. So yeah.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Absolute pleasure, Eckhart. Thank you.
Can't wait for next year.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Thanks.